Jennifer, our barista, wants to see you.
Okay.
So.
Which one is she?
She's, they're in. Let me see. Whoop. Come on back.
All right, let's try this again.
That van is
Yeah, I got to hug her yesterday. She gave Alana a cute letter.
yeah.
Morning, Wicked Patriot.
Yeah.
So she's right around, but she said, I need to see Arizona, Arkansas Traveler.
Yeah. We'll be with you guys all day today and tonight, and then probably tomorrow morning.
Oh, cool. Well, let's see if she's over there. Because she was saying to me this morning, plus they got my oatmeal was ready.
She could have my number in case she just needed to call and pray over anything.
Yeah.
You know.
There she is. Nope, that's not her. And there's Rose.
Love you guys, but I got a little one hot.
Where's Jen? Where's Jennifer?
Was here just a minute ago.
She was here. Oh, there she is. She's over there with Mike.
Somewhere he should be.
More than you.
Really? How many you got?
1,600.
1,600? 16,000.
Yeah.
No, really.
Okay, I got 11,000.
11,000. I got 16,000. How many you got? A million? I got 1,000,001. All right, here, 1841.
Is this mine, Rose?
Yes, but I was gonna. Oh, it's
Okay.
I was gonna ask you, can I put some fruit with it? Or you?
Just. Is that it?
That's yours.
That's mine? Okay, then I'm gonna have to go around here. I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna put my tripod on. There we go. Put my tripod on.
All right. I don't know what is causing that. I thought it was my internet that dropped out, but the live that I'm watching didn't even buffer. I'm wondering if it's my software, which sucks because it just updated. More Mark. That's all right. Maybe YouTube will send out the notifications now that we've gone live twice in the last 20 minutes here. Happy Freedom April.
All right.
Happy Freedom Real Assistant.
They don't realize it. Yeah.
Happy Freedom Junior. Welcome back, Sam.
Stare down.
Yeah.
We got to stare down and go.
Nah, Patriots are... No, I don't know. I think it was my software. I don't know. I wonder if I can get Prism on my desktop.
That takes geometry there.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, Lindsay. Something. I'm telling you, we do not want to have a Tuesday today. It is Thursday. I'm so sorry that I said that.
And then, there it is. See, Sasnak knows the camera angle just by looking at the phone without looking at the phone.
Happy Freedom Lisa.
I'm just winging it.
Whoa. So,
Morning, Alaska Man.
Sasnak is a rolling geography and history lesson.
You got it. You can have some milk, take some milk. You want to put it on the table? You're welcome to shut up some things over.
Is that hot water you put in
Water and also a little.
hot or cold?
Can't put the best back to somebody who needs it for this job.
What if I can? Okay, look at that. He's already got it tagged. Thank you.
Somebody else can use that.
I need one of these.
That one was on this side. Do you know? Yeah, I don't know.
Hot or cold? The audio was terrible.
That's a good question.
Added that.
I was
Wind
working
noise and
with
stuff, so
the
it helps.
guys and then this young lady and that young man.
Alright, so far so good. Happy Freedom TH2.
No way! He's like, wait, that's my phone. I'm glad you didn't tap it. This is going all down my spine. Because I know we use it in this car.
Nah, it's
Oh, wow.
hey Janet, Klaus is good. He's good for now. He doesn't realize I scheduled him an appointment on the 12th. He'll be going to get his gender reassignment surgery. It's going to get fixed on the 12th. I gotta drive out to Fruitport at like 8 in the morning.
Fire engine out there.
Hey, Freedom Finder. No, the meeting was supposed to start 28 minutes ago, but it has not happened yet.
And that's all I need. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for being here, No Quarter.
Yes. Saznak hasn't taken it yet, so Saznak hasn't taken it yet. Oh no. Wait, I ain't making cheeseburgers yet.
I saw him eyeing your toast. I watched that.
Man, I haven't had a quicker oats.
We were looking for that.
Yes, we were.
Thank you very much. Whoever the guy was. We appreciate your help.
Thank you.
He's also looking for smaller bowls, the ones that are like this or smaller, if possible. If not, we'll just make it work. We have bowls. I'm not going to be. Not going to complain.
You can remember the old.
Yes, exactly.
I remember when
What's up, Rasta? Welcome to the live.
Yummy, yummy. Slice of toast. Freshly buttered slice of toast.
So here's my question.
I got three.
I've got one of these, and I can put some regular in it.
I remember back in the day running out here. We didn't have these traffic lights back then. You couldn't wait to see a car.
Something that just give it a little.
remember when you used to
I
look
thought
that way?
this one was going to have
Depending on what highway you were on, it went
and if you guys are coming over to
Yeah.
Rebecca says, love those sloppy joes.
Morning, Chris Cola. Morning, Casey. Happy Freedom Ginger Snap. Little Eddie. Bucky Noodles just got his nuts snipped yesterday. He's a rabbit. Poor rabbit. Yeah, it's for the best. Mark, did the Freedom Convoy find a place up near DC? I haven't heard anything about the Freedom Convoy. I haven't really heard anything other than the People's Convoy. I don't know if those other convoys don't have live streamers or what the deal is. I guess there's supposed to be a convoy in Michigan, but I can't find any coverage of it. I don't even know where they are. Somebody said it in my chat whenever the last time I was live. Not live on the King Hooligan stuff, but the last time I was live on this channel.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, fellow patriots. July 4th, 1946, John F. Kennedy gave a speech. And Mr. Mayor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we stand today in the shadow of history. We gather here in the very cradle of liberty. It has been the custom for the Speaker of the Day to link his thoughts across the years to certain classic ideals of the early American tradition. I shall do the same. Yes. I propose today to discuss certain elements of the American character which have...
So I started another channel, the King Hooligan channel. It's a vlogging channel. We went live for the first time day before yesterday, I think. I just posted the link in the chat if you guys want to go check it out and go subscribe. It's just vlogging. It's kind of boring, but you know, we'll go on walks and hikes and drives and talk and whatever. It's kind of like a break from not patriotic stuff, but political stuff. You can check it out.
will survive or fail according to its measure.
HSR Jizzy J is kind of covering it. They just got a new place last night confirmed on West Virginia. That's cool. They're calling it the Freedom Convoy. Because wasn't the convoy that left from Seattle called the Freedom Convoy?
Which I would discuss this morning. The informing spirit of the American character has always been a deep religious sense. Throughout the years, down to the present, a devotion to fundamental religious principles.
Ginger Snap Josh hacking up a fur ball. Something.
On the essential religious idea of integrity of the individual. It was this religious sense which inspired the authors of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Our earliest legislation was inspired by this deep religious sense. Congress shall make no laws prohibiting the free exercise of religion. Our first leader, Washington, was inspired by this deep religious sense. Of all the dispositions and habits which led to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable support.
Larry's supposed to be another convoy forming in Florida also. That's cool. Hopefully I don't know why people don't go live. They need to go live. No one else is going to come cover this stuff.
Shall not perish from the earth.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Agent O.
How many you need some help?
Morning, Root Dog.
I'm not going to read the entire speech, but a few more excerpts from the speech. Thus we see that this nation has ever been inspired by essential religious ideas. The doctrine of slavery, which challenged these ideas within our own country, was destroyed. Recently, the philosophy of racism, which threatened to overwhelm them by attacks from abroad, was also met and destroyed.
Carol, what do they want? Perhaps they need a PR person. Well, they've been fixing their website. The website's a little bit more clear on what their goals are, as well as how to contact them and stuff. Yeah, they need to be a little bit more forward about what the goal is. And almost all of them should be live streaming. Like, if they want to spread awareness, they need flyers, they need everyone to be live, they need everyone to be making social media posts, they need to be talking about the demands like at the beginning of every time they do a meeting and stuff like that. It's just my opinion.
All is in vain.
Hey, thanks, Lisa. I appreciate you checking it out.
Is the idealism
Happy Freedom, Justin.
stemming from the strong religious beliefs of the first colonists developed at
Mark, leaving DC was a mistake. Possibly. I guess they kind of hit themselves with a double whammy because they weren't very clear on what their goals were when they got to DC, and I think a lot of people thought they were going to gridlock DC, and then they got there and they didn't. So, I mean, I feel like 3/4 of their support fell off right there, and then they left DC to go to California, and even though they're going there with good intentions, whoever was sticking around, they feel like they left DC because they're giving up. So now it's like they lost all their momentum. Even when they go under these overpasses, there's like 2 or 3 people waving flags. And on the way to DC, it was like, the whole road was full of people. Yeah. Considering their goals are to raise awareness, they need to work a little bit more on projecting what the goals are, as far as what they're spreading awareness about. But it is what it is.
the shot heard around the world. This belief and principle was expressed most impressively by George Washington at the Constitutional Convention in 1783. It is probable that no plan we propose will be adopted. Perhaps another dreadful conflict is to be sustained. If, to please the people, we offer what we ourselves disapprove, how can we have...
Come on, show me. Thanks for being here.
Can repair. The event is in the hands of God. This idealism, this conviction that our eyes have seen the glory of the Lord, that right was right and wrong was wrong, finally led to the ultimate clash at Bull Run and the Long Red.
Patriots Arc. Not gonna lie, the Hagerstown group going to West Virginia looks kind of like Mobile Chaz. Don't think they actually protest convoy or flag walk. They're trying to be a convoy hub. Interesting. Yeah. See how it goes. I haven't seen anything that Jersey J and all them been putting out since the People's Convoy left. I also didn't get a chance to watch Brian address all that stuff that was going on. I guess it was about misunderstandings and whatnot. Kind of need to catch up, but I had to deal with my taxes. I can't believe how many people were bitching at me about taxes, saying stuff like, why would you pay your taxes? Don't you realize what the government uses that money for? Like, what am I supposed to do? Go to prison for tax evasion? It's stupid. I can't believe that. When I started live streaming, people used to bitch all the time about people who didn't pay taxes. Like, they're a bunch of lowlifes and stuff, and now there's people bitching at me that I do pay my taxes. And doing my taxes is a pain in the ass because I do so much online stuff. It's considered like 16 different businesses. It cost me like $500 to pay my taxes, like to go to H&R Block. That's what I got to pay them in order for them to go through all my paperwork. So I had to get all that stuff together. I had to do a year's worth of book work in the last 2 days, and people were bitching at me about it.
From our pioneer days, perhaps because
Stupid.
each had
Morning, Deborah. Morning, Carol.
tremendous continent. This
At least they're doing something. Yeah, it's true. That's why I always think it's funny when people come in here and they're like, oh, this is a waste of time, this is a waste of money. And I'm like, well, what do you think they should do? And are you doing it? And then they leave the chat. Like, yeah, you're just judging other people. Like, that's infringement on other people's rights right there. Like, telling people what they should do with their time and their money. Get out of here, commie.
Western sun caught the imagination of men who founded this nation and awakened the patriotic spirit that has become a characteristic of the American people. From the birth of the nation to the present day, from the heights of Dorchester to the broad meadows of Virginia, from Bunker Hill to the batteries of Saratoga, from Bergen's Neck, where Wayne and Malin's troops achieved such material.
Lisa, people say all the time don't pay taxes, but if you don't, the IRS will get you. The type of protest won't work unless everyone does it. Yeah. Well, and people think that they can file exempt. They can just go and file exempt and not pay their taxes. But after you do that so many times, it'll catch up to you, and then all of a sudden you'll owe like $90,000.
It was shown by the flower of the Virginian Army when Pickett charged at Gettysburg. It was shown by Captain Rowan, who plunged into the jungles of Cuba and delivered the famous message to Garcia. Simple, now with up tenacity and determination. It was shown by the 5th and the 6th Marines at Belleau Wood, by the Yankee Division at Verdun, by Captain Leahy, whose last order as he lay dying was the command is forward. And in recent years it was shown by those who stood at Bataan with
Mark, just my opinion, but DC needs to get back to following the Constitution and fight the states like Cali that are passing unconstitutional laws. Educate the people on the Constitution. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that DC is the one that messed it up. DC is corrupt. They're doing bad stuff, so now all the states are like, well, we can do bad stuff too because the federal government's leading the way. But, I mean, if we get the right people in the White House, they could bring it all down, and then they can hold, everybody accountable, but we'll see how it goes.
the American character has
Lisa, this dude talking is holding his own meeting? Yeah. He's just reading off a paper. I think he's just entertaining people. It's not time for the meeting yet. Mike's eating a bowl of oatmeal right now, so I think it'll be a little bit.
the American Constitution.
Smirky, why are they heading back? They're trying to raise awareness for these bills that are trying to pass or they've been introduced in California. The bills are on the peoplesconvoy.org. I can't post it on the screen because the verbiage in the bills are against community guidelines because they all have to do with the jab and mandates and stuff. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to raise awareness so people know that this is happening and so they'll stand against these bills before they get passed.
He is free in expression.
What's up, Ink Scars? Yeah, better say hi to Klaus now, because on the 12th he's getting his nuggets chopped, and I don't know. I think it's going to humble him a little bit.
To us who have been reared.
What's up, Hammerhead Fred? I love that Governor Abbott is renting buses to send all illegal immigrants they catch to D.C. That's hilarious. They should do that. If they're gonna let the people illegally cross the border, well, they should go live at the White House then.
Not true. They were dearly won for us only a few short centuries ago, and they were dearly preserved for us in the days just past. And there are large sections of the world today where these rights are denied as a matter of philosophy and as a matter of government. We cannot assume that the struggle is ended. It is never ending. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. It was the price yesterday. It is the price today. And it will ever be the price. The characteristics of the American people have been a deep sense of religion, a deep sense of idealism, a deep sense of patriotism.
Yeah, Casey, I don't know. It's really weird because it's been happening a lot lately. People approaching me and saying pretty personal things to me, and just having open conversations like that is not common. Normally when I'm in public, nobody talks to me, but lately it's been the other way around. A lot of people have been talking to me, and I used to be really anxious about talking to strangers and stuff like that, but now that's my job pretty much, is to sit here and talk with strangers all day and have a good conversation. So it's really easy for me to respond when people approach me. I don't know. I think I'm where I'm supposed to be. So I'm just letting it flow. I don't know. I really hope that guy is doing a little bit better after we talked, because he needed to tell someone. He needed to get that off his chest, and I hope he feels better.
Gather around, everyone. We're getting ready to start the meeting this morning. Wait for Mike and Marcus. We'll be starting.
Adriana, Jeff's my favorite stranger. You're funny.
Let's go before the one who makes this beautiful and awesome day.
Happy Freedom Snooks. Thanks for sharing it out.
Father, we are grateful. So grateful, Lord, for another day. A day that you have made with such wonder, with such intimate forethought for each of us. You know our body needs vitamin D, so you're just letting the sun shine upon us. You know we need hope, and we also are receiving that as well.
We're in Trill Dove.
For the task ahead of us, give us grace so that we can rest even as we warfare. For we warfare out of love. We warfare out of hope. We warfare with confidence, not in ourselves, but in you. That what we do is honored by you. And we pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, in the earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever.
Morning, WMM.
Brother, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We pledge allegiance.
Oh, hold up.
To the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Vince, I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I think if we got the right people in the White House, it would fix things, but that's if that happens.
A verse from Galatians chapter 5, verse 13 says, For brethren, you have been called unto liberty. Only use not liberty for an occasion to the flesh, but by love serve one another. I really believe that our leaders need to be reminded of this. We have voted them in office. We have given them a liberty to lead this country. But so many of them are using that liberty for themselves. They're using that liberty for an agenda other than
Stephen King on Odyssey. You watch how you talk. You're making some ignorant statements there. This is not about skin color.
Directly related and associated with love. We are free to love God and to love one another and to serve one another. So I just wanted to share that thought from Galatians chapter 5.
What's up, Shanti? Thank you for being here.
My part with the poem that I wrote out of my book called Poems for America. I wrote a poem every day for 50 days during the elections of 2016. And I didn't expect that, but it happened. And I want to read.
Stephen King, you sound ignorant as shit. Half the people that are speaking at the convoy are white people, so what are you even talking about? You sound dumb as shit. It's not about skin color. When you make it about skin color, you're the racist.
Fight from within the core of her soul. To resist the threat, to refuse to retreat, to find strength to get back on her feet. The moment has arrived for her to decide. America can arise.
See, Bravo, I think they're at a place called Las Cruz.
To make her fold. May God provide America another season to return this nation back under him. If she refuses this time, this will be America's last round. Please, America, stand up and fight. Don't you dare tap out. Amen. You know, the poems in this book amaze me because truly I give glory to God. They mean more today than they did yesterday. And principles don't change. My name is William Owens, America's poet. We also publish.
Yeah, don't worry about Wicked Patriot. I took him out. He wants to cry about skin color and be a victim. He can do that on his own shit. He ain't gonna do that over here.
We just want to shout out to those out there in YouTube land and different channels out there, social media. We appreciate
Happy Freedom FL.
getting the word out. We appreciate you donating so that we can have fuel to drive all over this country. We are grateful, so grateful. Above all, you all love God with all your heart and love one another. Keep us in your prayers as we continue to fight for it. Let me just quickly shout out a prayer for our leaders. I did not include them in that prayer. Father, we pray for our leaders that you give them wisdom and guidance and courage to continue to guide this convoy throughout this nation. We don't take for granted, Lord, that it takes your presence, it takes your peace, and it takes your power. We give you the praise, strengthen them, anoint them, empower them, and speak to them when no one else is around on the way that they're to go. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's welcome, I think, Mike.
Yeah, Larry, you're right. Yeah, this ain't the place to be a victim. We ain't victims over here. We're hardcore truthers.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Y'all were late up here this morning. I was here at 8 o'clock and you were sleeping. Check them out. Yeah. I don't believe in that, don't worry. I found, or not myself, but someone else found someone's allergy medicine laying out here. So if you're missing some allergy medicine, come see me. I have it. So it's going to be a beautiful day today. It's going to be hot. It's going to be in the mid-90s over in Casa Grande where we're going. We're going to try and get packed up and out of here pretty right quick. Hope everybody got a great breakfast over there this morning. Once again, our kitchen staff killed it with what we got to work with. And we're going to go down the road here to this Love's truck stop to fuel up. So I'll explain it real quick. We got a nice wide shoulder on a service road. So we're going to go down to where you can turn in, which is actually their exit. Don't go past that to the intersection because you'll block the trucks coming out. And then we'll just bring you in waves. We'll have our gas crew bring you in waves at a couple at a time to the pumps. And when you come back out, that exit where you're going to be stopped at, you make a left to come back towards this way and just line up on the service road there. And then we can come right back past here and get on the interstate to continue on over to Arizona. Once we do that, there is a checkpoint up here. Don't be alarmed. It's normal when you're this close to the border. We passed one in Texas yesterday that was going eastbound. I'm sure you all seen it. All traffic has to stop. They ask you if you're a citizen, you say yes, and you go on your merry way. So just don't freak out too much, and don't joke with them. Trust me, I found that out one time in South Texas. Are you a citizen? Do I look like it? That was not funny to them. So don't be too alarmed about that. It's just pretty normal down here. So I'm excited to get over here to this place today. So we have a nice place where you guys with campers can hook up and you use your air conditioning, because you're probably going to need it, and have a nice relaxing day. I know the kitchen staff's already talking about what they're going to go ahead of us and get some stuff and make a good dinner here tonight, and we'll be able to enjoy our evening hopefully before it gets dark like the last few. So appreciate everybody being here again. And we had that trailer donated. Prayers were answered thanks to having a bunch of our live streamers out here, so we can haul anyone that breaks down if we need be. And we're gonna keep on trucking with this movement here, and we're gonna try and wake people up and bring people along, and we're gonna go to California and help those citizens of California stop some of this stuff before it spreads out to the rest of us and where we all come from. It's going to be a little bit of a task, but we will get it done, and be prepared to spend a little bit of time in sunny California. Hopefully it's sunny California. But for those of you that have never been out west, we'll probably have some time next week that if you want to go down and check out the beaches and everything like that, we'll be able to. So I'm excited for it. I actually love the West Coast, even though I'm from the East Coast. I don't know that I'd want to live there, but I love going out there. So we're gonna get moving here, head out, and once again, I'm sure how many of them you have left? You got a whole nother stack of them. That's all the information for everybody that's a part of or voting on all those bills in California, with their phone numbers and everything like that, and how to reach them. If you're interested, go grab some. It's great information that they put together there, and I'm happy to see people stepping up and finding this information out and sharing it with everybody. That's what we need. So.
Can we get that on the website? My chat was one last night.
Yeah, I told him. He emailed it to us so we can get it put up there. Yep. That's what it takes, folks. Not just for California, but for everywhere. Maryland has a similar bill to the infant bill that got passed or went through the first stage in California. So we need to be paying attention to everywhere. Also, this guy right here, Mr. Oreo Express, or half of it anyway. We're gonna give a shout out to his brother because it's his birthday today. So we're gonna sing happy birthday to Lyle. He's a well, I won't say his age. I'll give his away. But we could sing happy birthday to Oreo's brother Lyle. That would be great. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Patriotic email day coming up soon. You're talking about when I check my emails? I check them on Sunday. I'm trying to think. When did you send me an email? Because I went through them on Sunday and I only had like 2 of them, and I don't think any of them were from you. I'll check it today. How about that? I'll check it today.
With the horn in the background, gotta love it. Oh, hey, you bet. Thank you. That's pretty much it. Everybody, just keep your heads up. Don't feed into the rhetoric that people trying to spread rumors and everything like that. We're doing what needs to be done, and there's a lot of people on our side. I think we've seen that with how everything's been coming together, and the mayor of Big Spring welcome. Yeah, I can't talk. Never mind. You know what I mean.
No, you have to bust out the chicken bacon exercise.
When we went up into Lubbock, and everybody that came out, we're being watched, and actually I got a phone call just how closely we're being watched last night, which I'm not going to divulge until after something's over on Friday. But come Friday, you'll know about it, and it's actually kind of ironic. But we'll talk about that more later. So we're doing what needs to be done. We're doing what's right, and we're protected because we're on the right side of evil. Just remember that. So don't ever worry. We'll be fine. As Big D says, everything is going to be fine. So,
What's that?
Dan Fitzcrafter, I think he had to go to the hospital or something.
Really? Why? Oh, when did that happen?
Yesterday or something.
Well, Alice just told me that Fitzcrafter that was with us, he was in that, what was that, a Charger or something, that black car. He was one of the live streamers that jumped in with us. He had to go to the hospital yesterday for possibly some type of heart problem. So we can just take a moment of silence and say a little prayer for him. That would be great. Lord, we ask that you be with our live streamer Fitzcrafter and get him through his trials and tribulations. Make sure he has the good medical help that he needs and get him back with us here soon. And we miss him and we're thinking about him, and we know that you'll watch over him and let him continue on with helping this cause and living his best life, helping and getting the word out to everybody. So please be with Fitzcrafter. In Jesus' name, amen. It's always something, I'm telling you guys. Always something. Yeah, you bet, Alex. Thank you for telling me. So let's make sure we got all our trash picked up and leave this place nice and clean. That's all they asked of us, is that we didn't, leave stuff all over, and we respected their property. So let's get everything cleaned up, and we'll have X-Ray start getting people ready to go down here to get fuel. We'll get fueled up and we'll hit the road and go have ourselves a good day of convoy and get to a nice place tonight and enjoy our evening. So thank you, everybody.
What's up, AJ, my DJ? Thanks for being here.
Try to do this real organized, like. I'm sorry to use the bullhorn, I'm trying to keep it down, right? But the more communication we have, the more organization we have. The more organization we have, the greater our potential effectiveness, right? The greater our effectiveness, the greater our opportunity to win, to continue to win. So when we roll out, let's stack it up. Let's come out and just stack it up there towards the Loves on this right side. You're going to pass the place where they make Alaska structures that are used by the military all over the world. They stand up to sandstorms and snowstorms. Really cool structures. We're going to pass that on the right. You've also got that big UAV drone base right here where, they fly drones all over the world to do all kinds of cool stuff. So you see fun stuff in the sky. All right? But let's stack it up on this service road going in towards the Loves. Four-wheelers in the front. Right, and then diesel's behind. Hey, Mike, do you know if we can run diesel and gas at the same time today? Sorry to interrupt you, Sasek. Thank you. Yep. All right, we're going to run both at the same time, but hey, trucks, big old trucks, maybe hang back. It might be more fun for you to... What do you think, Bruce? What would you guys rather do? You want to hang here or do you want to run up? Cool. Big trucks are going to hang out here. We'll do all the four-wheelers, campers, etc. first. Let's just get in a big old long line and just creep it on up to the Loves. We'll just come up towards the Loves in a big line. We'll have people at the pumps to just bring you in. Real smooth like. Once we're done, circle out and stack up on the other side of the road down here. And we're going to get on back here. So we've got a huge access road. Let's just use it. And Trucker G's heading out. Can I say why? Okay. For something very special. Something very special. And it'll be real cool when we see him later this evening. All right? 10-4 G. Have a safe ride, brother. So you'll see Trucker G come out. Everybody else in a big old truck. We'll just hang out. I'd like to say a special welcome to Jeff from East West, who brought his big rig down, and he's back with the convoy. He was with us before, so hats off to Jeff with my bad hair day. Yeah, and I know there was a lot of people just moving around in position, and we're all free, right? We're all balancing freedom with organization, or freedom with discipline on the convoy, and that's a tough thing. I think a lot of people just want to be able to hear what the truckers are talking about. And there's an app called Zello, and we can hear everything on the CB. Additionally, you can follow people, thank you, on Zello, it's DC Convoy 22. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. Awesome. DC Convoy 22. Additionally, you can follow any of our live streamers who drive big trucks, like Phil and like Vern, who are with us the whole way around. I know that WYSIWYG's up and down and up and down and up and down our convoy, helping us out, picking up flags, and helping run gasoline to people. So you can just follow these guys online who are in the big trucks like Vern. Let's go Penske. Are you one American, no party? Cool, and Phil, who are you online?
What is it?
Mud pig trucking. It'd be T-truck, right? That's Phil, so.
What's up, Morris?
The whole time. So if you want to hear what's going on in the trucks, just follow them. And you know, the more organization we have, the better we'll do. I love y'all, and that's the plan for the day. Anybody have any questions, or does that not work for anybody?
X-ray. What if I identify as a Prius?
If you identify as a Prius, that's your choice. It's 2022, and this is all about freedom, brother. All right, so that's the plan. Let's just go ahead and start rolling down there. Let's stack it up on the side. Please don't pull into the pump shit. We're going to get our advanced party in there to help with fuel, and hopefully it'll be nice and sexy and smooth. All right.
Patriotic, yeah. I will get back to you on the email today after the live. Finder, no, I didn't watch any lives yesterday. I was really trying to get this tax stuff done. It's important that I do it correctly because the IRS is 3 years behind. So if I got to get my bookwork and stuff put together really well, because 3 years from now they could audit me. And so I don't want to be caught with my pants down. I need to have everything printed off and prepared in case I am audited by the IRS. So I didn't watch it. I was literally just staring at numbers all day yesterday. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Tanis. I appreciate you. Happy friend, proud ankle.
Hey, I heard Jeff and Bobby are here from Northeast Iowa. Thanks for coming down. You're from Wild Bill's hometown. One of our drivers here. Great job, guys.
Adriana, any updates on Biker Bill? From what I heard, the convoy did a slow roll by the rehabilitation center that he's in, and they brought him out so he could witness it. As far as I can tell, he's getting better. That's really all I can say. I haven't heard anything besides that. Morning, Kim. Thanks for being here. You're welcome to email me if you would like. Morning, the Moose. Happy freedom. Thank you so much, WMM, for continuing the membership program for 8 months. You're officially a hooligan. I appreciate you, bro. What's up, Brent? Welcome to the live.
I'll take it. 7.
What's up, Death Before Despair? Happy freedom.
We gotta give credit to the screamers.
Happy freedom, mercy. Yeah, doing taxes is such a pain. And then Saturday, I think at 8 o'clock, I have to go to H&R Block. I don't know how long it'll take. It probably won't take very long. I'm pretty much just dropping everything off. We'll have a little bit of a conversation, and then I should be able to come back and go live. I don't have to travel that far to get it done. Happy freedom, Carol. Yeah, Debbie, the IRS, they'll catch up to you. The government's not messing around. They need that money. Keep their corruption going. Mark, you're right. They need to give a clear statement on the reason why they are there and why the government is wrong in what they're doing every morning meeting. Yeah, because there's a lot of hooligans and viewers that show up just for the meetings. They'll just show up, watch the meeting, and then leave. And it would really benefit them if they did that. If they put spotlight on why they're doing what they're doing every single time they did a meeting. Oh, I find her. Yeah, I will go check it out. Hey, I appreciate you stopping in, Native New Yorker. You have a good day at work.
Okay, guys, give me 1 second. Get everything going. Good, how you doing? Thank you, we appreciate it. 37. Yep. They might switch to 19 here shortly, but right now it's 37.
Coming out, unfortunately. He's a very busy person. I mean, he is like busy. So he won't probably come out to come visit everyone, but that'd be cool if he did.
Oh, that's a good idea, Finder.
All right, 1 second, guys. I'm getting in the car.
We're gonna run down the lodge, do a quick little potty break, take care of some stuff.
Quick question. Oh, you got the whole CB.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Why?
I was just gonna pick up like a handheld one.
Yeah, I actually have another one that I started out with, just a little like Cobra handheld that was like 99 bucks.
Oh, okay.
And then I had a magnet.
So I don't know if you guys seen, but yesterday, I think it was yesterday, they announced that the officers involved in the shooting with Amir Locke will not be charged with anything. BLM did some rallies and stuff yesterday, expressing how they are not thrilled about that. So there may be some protesting and marching going on in the future. We'll see. I was seeing in the chat, people were saying, oh no, this is going to cause rioting again. And there was people with logos and self-identifying as BLMers that were saying, you'll get the riots you deserve. And so, I mean, it could be just trolls, but I don't know. There may be some action going on in the near future.
Might be my chance to go home and come back.
So I like told me in California for a week.
But morning, Persian. Happy freedom.
Los Angeles. So he said let's get there a day early and then be out there for a week in Los Angeles.
So what confuses me is, isn't Easter the 17th?
Yes.
So
that's always on Sunday.
Easter Sunday, that one, maybe it's the 16th that they plan on doing the rally at the Sacramento State Capitol, because I've been hearing the 17th.
Interesting.
I don't think they would do it on.
They never do it on Sunday.
Awesome, Finder. I'll check it out.
You can't do it on Sunday, but
I mean, you can, but I know that usually it's always on Saturday. There's major protests.
So if we go down Sunday, Monday, I head home Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, head up to Sacramento on Friday, meet the Convoy. Hopefully, if they come down the 99, I will go all the way up to LA to drive back with them, because the 99 will be off the hook compared to the I-5. The 99, you want to see Patriots and you want to think Texas and Oklahoma came out strong, and they give them an advance notice, those farmers and all those Fresno County, Kern County, Stanislaus County, Madera County is going to be there.
Like 99 would be better because I actually get more attention that way. You know, I mean, you're in Cali, I'm in Cali, so obviously Sacramento 99 is like right like in my area. So yeah, 99 would be a lot better because
not even a lot. I mean, 10 to 1.
Yeah,
that's funny, Regina.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
99, you're gonna have the fire trucks again. You're gonna have the diesels. You're gonna have the farm equipment and the overpasses.
Yeah.
It's the breadbasket of California, the 99. And I know everybody from my area has been saying, talk to them, and I can. I've put my bug in their ear. And I've talked to some organizers. I'm not going to push them anymore. I'm out here to document it, not to control what they do.
Yeah.
But it would be off the hook.
Yeah, guys, he was right. Your California I-5, did you see in front of you? So it looks like it's funny.
Arizona AZ Beauty. Thank you so much for that Cash App this morning. You guys are helping us get gas.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate all the support, and thank you for using PayPal. You're awesome.
More now than before. So I just want to say thank you. God bless you, and we'll continue to fight for you. We're trying to plan everything.
See, Bravo, that's heading towards the Lost Cruises. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I was just looking at the titles from the live streams from last night to try and figure out where they currently were. I'll look on the People's Convoy website.
AZ Beauty.
Yeah. Minus buffer, so I'm going to come back. I'll say.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not cruise, it's cruises. Something. CRUCES. That's where they supposedly are.
Doing that, I appreciate you. God bless you. God bless your family. If you guys in the chat, don't mind telling AZPD, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. God bless.
Regina, there's nothing wrong with that. It means you're born a free thinker, not conforming to the box.
And stall so we can see what's going on. Started.
Thank you, WI. Cruises. Las Cruces.
Yeah, they're sitting there. I'm going to have to find somewhere else.
Oh.
On this side. And I want to. Okay, there's one right up front.
Carbon-based fascism. How is it a form of far-right stuff if half the time it's Antifa and stuff acting like fascists, and they're the far left?
Right here.
Off.
I don't know. You can't play that red team, blue team stuff. That's how you get lost in the sauce. You gotta stand up and be your own person.
Like that so I can see.
Morris, I'm not gonna say that out loud, but you cracked me up. You got me with that one. That's funny. And what's up, Stephanie? Welcome to the live.
Oh, I think last night. This.
Be right back, guys.
Weird, I disappeared.
We're going to be in and out, guys, so give us a second. Okay.
Pretty much every live streamer's got the same view. Everybody's got their cameras just posted up. We'll just have to make the best of it. Bust out the screaming goat. Why not? Why not? Klaus really likes that, by the way. He really likes that. Darren, is the convoy heading to Sacramento? Yes, but not today. They will eventually get there. As far as I know, I haven't heard anything different. They plan on being in California by the 8th or the 9th. So we will see how it goes. Yeah, crack shot. There's a lot of people where I live that speak Spanish and stuff. I hear a lot of those phrases. Patriots Arc, use the goat as a button after reading troll comments. Yeah. I know, I almost thought about recording it so I can have it as a soundbite, because I feel like eventually I'm going to wear it out. Because I'm always like smacking on it and stuff randomly. Put a little pep in your step. Wicked Patriot. I think the King Hooligan channel has a custom URL now, so you don't have to post the long form. I'm pretty sure if you do youtube.com/King Hooligan, K and H being capital, the link should work. I changed it day before yesterday or something like that, so it should be working now. Morning, Mag Day Dave. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Thank you so much, Larry, for joining the membership program, and welcome to the family. You're officially a hooligan. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's hilarious, Finder. What's up, Jose? Yeah, Wicked Patriot. I gotta update it with Nightbot. Actually, I'm gonna do that right now.
days. Got to do a lot of networking today with some folks, getting everybody down. Let's see.
Happy Freedom, Deborah. Awesome, Finder. I appreciate you. What's up, Liberty Sweetheart? Thanks for being here. Happy Freedom. Morning, Bob. Hey, glad to hear it, Mag Day, Dave. Happy Freedom, Cougaressa. Nobody watching on Facebook. It's so weird. It is so weird. I will post something on Facebook on the JeffMAC page and hundreds of people will interact with it. I go live and nobody watches. I don't get that.
We're gonna sit here for a minute.
Probably sit here for a minute.
I feel like my neck needs a crack and I can't do it. What's up, Jersey Devil? Thanks for being here. Happy Freedom, Anthony. Yeah, patriotic. I don't know. It's so weird. It is so weird. It's always dead on Facebook unless I post. If I post, then everybody checks it out. I don't know. I don't understand how that works. Everything sucks right now. If you use Messenger, all the messages are delayed and stuff. It's because they're scanning your messages. They want to see if you're spreading misinformation and other stuff to be really scared of. And even the platform now is being delayed. Every time I log into Facebook to read the chat on my live, I gotta wait for like almost a whole minute before it'll even pull anything up. The screen will just be gray while it decides if it wants to show me Facebook or not. Hopefully they're just slow dying over there. Good morning, Annette. Happy Freedom. What's up, Beanzo? Yeah, I'm sure they got a shadow ban because I got the phrase "the People's Convoy" in the. Well, I think just the word "convoy" right now is being flagged. I think that's what's going on. Yeah, Mercy. That's what's weird about Facebook is they really censor posts, but they don't censor the lives at all. You can say whatever, you can do whatever, you can show whatever, and they don't care. But if you post a really funny meme, oh man, they're going to suspend you for 30 days and all this, that, and the other, and you're a terrorist and a threat to national security and all this other stuff. It's like, oh my goodness. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, Patriots are. Yeah, trolling is really bad on Facebook, especially with political stuff. I see articles that have to do with trials and stuff like that, and the comments are just toxic nightmare. I never participate in that stuff. I'll read a couple things and then I'm like, I gotta get out of here. Just pollutes your mind. Morris, I don't know what that means. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping in, Anthony.
What's going on, brother?
What's up, man?
Oh, not much. Just hanging out, getting ready to head to Arizona.
Patriotic truth brings out the evil and stupid in all walks of life. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
I was going to ask you, so are you flying in alone? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Well, I was trying to...
Yeah, Liberty, sweetheart. Absolutely. Yeah, it's trash posting on Facebook. I try not to post anything, but when I do, it's usually updates on like what's going on with the convoy or like what's going on with me as far as going live, but I try not to post anything else. I used to share memes and all that stuff, but I got suspended for 30 days because of a meme I shared last May. They were just like, oh, you know what? Today that's not okay. So, yeah, now I don't post anything.
Yeah.
Vince, I read a quote that said patriotism is a moral lunacy. People are just ear biters.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. Plans. I'm going to be doing all that today, and then I'll give you information. But I got to let these guys know because I got to talk to Anthony. Anthony's behind us right now, and if it... So.
No, hold on a second. My tax people are calling me.
Yeah, I'll find out today. All that. That's why I'm calling you first, giving you first dibs for yes or no, and then I keep moving. I'll get that set up today. And when are you leaving? Tomorrow night. And then when do you arrive? I mean, when do you leave? When do you leave? It's Thursday? So you arrive Friday and leave Monday. All right, let me see what I can get going. All right, laters. Bye. So what's your deal?
When it comes to LA?
Well, you said California, you were going to possibly go home. So I'm going to get money and don't have any money today. So I'm talking to Quincy. I'm talking to Anthony. So that way.
So I'll be there for the week because they're going to be going to Sacramento, right?
As far as I know, we're all under the same stuff.
Gotcha. So.
Mercy. Let's see. The sad thing is when Facebook constantly tags your posts with fact checks and makes you look like a liar to family and friends who may have different views. Yeah, I don't have family and friends with different views. I just cut them out of my life because I don't like the arguing. Nobody that argues with me knows more about any of these subjects than I do. Until I come, you'd have to be a live streamer. And you're either a hooligan or a live streamer in order to know more about these relevant subjects than I know. Just because of how many hours has been put in for the live. And so my little sister did that to me. She was like trying to argue with me all the time about how BLM was a good thing. I was like, you know what, I'm not talking to you anymore. Until your brain is functioning properly, not dealing with it. My mom's the same thing. My mom told me I had white privilege. My white mom told me that I have white privilege. And I ain't talked to her in 2-3 years now. It is what it is. I am not scared to cut people out of my life, not at all. My great grandparents raised me like pretty much my whole life until they kicked the bucket. They were both 90 something when they died. My grandma died like 2 years ago, my grandpa died 5 years ago, and they raised me since I was a very little kid, like since I was 2 years old. It's the equivalent of my parents dying. When you lose something like that, everybody else is just someone that you have in your life because you allow them to be in your life. So, that's right, Klaus. You tell them, freedom kitty. But that's the way it is. That's the way I roll. I will cut people out of my life real quick. Don't mean nothing to me. That's the thing about family. Family's just dealing with you because they feel obligated. The people you meet who stick with you no matter what kind of piece of shit you're being, that's your real family. And so people with blood, they want to talk down to me, nah, I'll cut them right out of my life. I ain't not scared of that. Not at all.
So the way you do the teas exactly, put the bags in first, obviously.
Crack shop BLM just bought another mansion. Yeah, what they're doing is working for them.
Usually I put honey at the bottom, but man, one thing I made my teas like exactly how I wanted it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Regina. I don't know. It sucks that I lost my grandparents, but they would not want to live the way life is now. Like, not at all. Not at all. So, it is what it is. No takebacks. My grandpa used to tell me all the time, when God calls your number, you gotta go. And there ain't nothing to it. So while you're in the waiting room, make it worthwhile. So there ain't no takebacks.
It's down there, it's part of you or anybody else, it's part of the country.
Yeah.
I thank everybody for doing it, but is that right? Is that
We're in some really sad times right now.
Yes. I've been looking for another damn car flag. Mine broke.
Oh yeah, mine broke too. I had both sides, and so this is my 5th car flag. But hey,
Happy Freedom Santamps. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Hey, I appreciate you being here.
Okay, yeah, your son's a fault. Because the only time mine broke is when I got over 90.
Got 5 brothers and sisters, and mom and dad are all asleep. Yeah, it's tough stuff. But that's the thing we keep bringing up. Like, pretty much if people aren't watching lives, they don't actually know what's going on. They have no idea. What are you doing, squeaky kitty? Meow.
Yeah, they don't. We usually have vendors with us. I think Casa Grande will have vendors.
I was trying to turn my brightness up, guys, but
yeah.
Oh, this phone's getting hot. Hey, guys, stand by real quick. Let me get my.
You know what?
I suggest.
Gene, they're somewhere in or near Las Cruces, New Mexico, but they're gonna be heading to Casa Grande in Arizona. Yeah, Morris, there's no do-overs.
I'll probably be at home. I'll most likely be at home.
You need to add more stuff in there.
Rasta Piglosi got the plague, huh? It's weird how all of them keep getting sick as hard as they push that jabby jab.
On your back window or something so people know you're with us.
Yes, I'll go do that now.
Right on. Nothing. Nope, just keep continuing to watch.
Liberty Sweetheart, lost my best friend because I refused to regurgitate the lies in the mainstream. Yeah, I think that when the riots and stuff were going on and people were either picking sides or being forced into a category, I think that caused a lot of division among people who were family and friends and stuff. But I don't know. It kind of goes back to that right fighting thing I keep bringing up. It's a real thing. People with their ears closed and their mouth open, they just think whatever they think, and you can prove it to them. You can show them the evidence. You can be like 1 + 1 = 2, and they'll be like, no, it doesn't, it equals 5, and they will say that till they're crying, screaming, veins popping out of their face. And you only debate so long, and then they'll start calling you names because they don't have anything else to say. It's that right fighting. You are fighting someone who just wants to be right. There's nothing you can do about it. That's why it's like, like they say about bringing a horse to water. You can provide them with the information, but then just walk away. They'll either take the information and absorb it, or they will deny it. And anything after they deny it is name calling, arguing, crying. You don't need that. It brings you down. It makes you, it ruins your day. It ruins your day, and it burns you out. It makes you not want to provide this truth to people. And so you just give them the truth and then walk away. And they'll either call you or hit you up and be like, hey, you sent me that link or whatever, and, I think you might be onto something. And, that's how you open people's eyes. But you got to walk away. Put it down, walk away. It's not worth sitting there and losing pieces of yourself over. You can't make people believe stuff. You can just hand it to them and let them figure it out. Jeez, Liberty, sweetheart. That's, yeah. It's because they sell it like it's a good thing. Here, when the jab came out, the governor was like, we're going to hold a, I don't know, not a giveaway, but like some sort of raffle or something, where if you get the jab, you have a chance to win $1,000 or something like that. It may not even been 1,000. It might have only been like $100, but I don't know. You ever heard of the government doing that? It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird.
Cali is like what, 10 hours, something like that. So we're that much closer to California. So once we get to Sacramento.
Morning.
Oh.
Morris, the Wailing Wall can't hear you. Yep. It's a true story.
Once we get to California, to Sacramento, then that's...
What's up, Jules? The convoy will be passing over my hood tomorrow. I will try to live stream from the overpass. That would be awesome. That'd be so awesome.
Now, again, I normally don't do this like at all, because I don't like to really talk about this, but if you guys want to, I'm gonna be once we're in LA, I'm gonna get my own vehicle, because it's I can do Turo through LA and rent my own vehicle. I'm gonna rent it now.
Look at this big fat freedom cat. He's growing up on the live here.
I don't like to do the whole quote unquote pharmaceuticals. I had to
get some of that ASMR.
Pun intended. So I made some tea. I got some tea right now. I have lemon, green tea, lemon ginger, lemon tea, ginger, green tea, whatever it's supposed to be. So that steam water, and I put some lemonade in here too. So steam water, steam hot water, lemonade. Yes, sir.
How's it going?
How you doing, sir?
Trying to get your door.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, man?
How you doing? Yeah.
Doing well, man.
Good, awesome. You guys staying busy?
Always, always,
yeah,
man.
I know.
The work never stops.
I didn't realize this was so freaking hard. You know that?
I mean,
I got people back in my office and they're calling me. They're like, "No, Dad, you got to do this. Put this on here." And I'm like, because I'm not efficient. You're younger, right? So I'm like,
so they say.
My old.
Yeah, he's got his engine rolling right now. He's purring hard. He's out here purring hard. He ain't gonna be all soft and fluffy here in a few days. He's gonna get clipped and he's gonna be mad at me. He's gonna be all upset. He's gonna be like, "Why'd you send me that room?" Yeah.
What was I using? I was thinking I was using 1080.
Oh, so you have to lower your kilobits.
Okay.
So the highest kilobit is like, I think 6,000. You gotta lower that down like 1,000. So I have mine's on 1080.
Thank you for letting me know, Finder. I'll check it out. What's up, Douglas? You haven't missed much yet. They did the morning meeting. Just basically said where they were going, which is the same as what I have on the screen and in the title. Now they're just fueling up.
No, you're the man. So yeah, guys. So two things. One, my voice is a little bit better now. It's a lot better than what it was yesterday. I took some Halls, which helps with sore throat. I made some tea yesterday, and I have some tea right now. So my tea is steam hot water with lemonade with green tea, lemon ginger flavor. So it's definitely going to help all throughout the day. So I'm gonna take a lot of sips. Won't drink too much, I don't have to use the bathroom much, but I'll take sips along the way. And even when it gets cold, it's still fine. So should be good. Now, as far as LA goes, once I get there, I'm gonna look for a rental. Oh, because the door's open. But anyways, I'm gonna look for a rental and get my own car. Now, it's gonna be difficult driving around in LA, but at least I'll have my own one-on-one with me. Terry's car. So I'm gonna
sitting here squinting at the screen with my glasses on my head.
definitely impossible. Oriole's coming back, so we're gonna close the door in just a second.
Death before despair. You may take my balls, but you'll never take my freedom. It's a true story. Yep. He's a freedom cat. Hooligan Klaus. I don't know, he's been a little terrorist the last couple days. I've been calling him Clausewitz. It's just tearing stuff up. I need to get him a little cat carrier thing, one of those travel packs, so I can take him on adventures. I got a leash and all that, but he don't like it. He don't like the restriction.
Face of white supremacy, so it's all. Don't worry, I'll say it for you. I'm like, no,
he's doing a great job with all that.
Oh no, he's doing an awesome job, man. He's got this thing down packed.
Everything's gonna be fine.
I see those guys that do a little something to sip on. Yeah, I'm gonna have Julius drive a little bit today so I can do the hotel stuff. Anthony's up in the air right now.
Lucy might have one at the post office. Well, yeah, I do need to check the post office. I have not done that. I'm trying to think, what day is it? It's Thursday. I better go today or tomorrow. I don't even know the last time I went. Whenever I did the unboxing video, that was the last time I went. Yeah, Vince, he's mixed with something. I mean, he's just a regular cat. I think he's mixed with a Bengal cat, because his stripes are kind of messed up. Like, he's got stripes on his face and down his back, but on his sides they're not stripes, they're like swirls, and on his side it's just a real big black and white swirl. And his nose is kind of pushed back like a Bengal cat. Yeah, when I was signing him up to, well, I didn't sign him up, but when he got signed up to get neutered, it's like, Freedom Kitty. Ah, man, we lost alive.
Must be some sort of students.
I don't know what we're looking at. This is WYSIWYG though.
But for some reason, let's have the road blocked off.
Yeah, Jersey Devil, I gotta work with him. He'll get used to the leash. Or he won't. We'll see. I gotta try though.
That didn't pan out as the way I thought it would.
What's up, Jeffro? Happy freedom.
Everybody has to drink. Did a U-turn.
Yeah, Nep, he's alright. He's a hooligan cat. He wants my attention. He's sitting there meowing at me. He's like, why are you talking to the TV and not me? Lisa Wiswick goes off on adventures exploring. Yeah. It's pretty neat because I've never seen this area, so it's cool to see what people are living like out there. Yeah, Jersey Devil. Maybe I'll put the leash on him here in a second. That'll give him something to do while I'm live. Hey Joe, it's a nice place to visit, but not in the summer. Yeah, I believe that. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna put this harness on this cat. Maybe he'll leave me alone.
Here, I saw the other thing. No bumper on the border patrol there. Shit, there's no outlet that way. Aye. Getting a little back road tour of Las Cruces for the minute.
Be around here.
Could be. Where's that?
It's like 9 minutes walking. El Paso.
So if I go straight, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's go over there. I'll go over there. Okay.
The tarped area is nothing right. I'm straight.
What?
That tarped area is nothing straight.
Ah!
What?
Good eye.
Why are you getting all excited?
Would I?
So excited.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but it's, no, it's just
I bet you if you go there and you ask them, they'll tell you where it is.
Yeah. But I like how you're thinking.
There, he's all harnessed up now. Harnessing the power. He does not like the leash, though. He's sitting here fighting it. These people are looking at Wissywig. It's because his car looks like a cop car. What are you doing, crazy? Hey Joe, the Hooli Tactic Cat. I know someone posted a Tactic Cat vest. I don't know what it is, a cat accessory video on Gilded. Might have to get him that. He does not like the leash at all. He's like trying to remove it by force. Yeah, Finder. I guess I could give him some treats. Jersey Devil, there he is, harnessed and leash. Now let him suffer. He will adapt eventually. Yep. He'll figure it out. Lisa, I tried to get my boxer to wear a t-shirt and he wasn't having it. He rolled and pulled it off. That's what Klaus is doing. He's doing like front flips so he can like grab it off his back and then he's just gnawing at it. I don't know. He'll figure it out. Last command, Klaus balls matter. We'll see. We'll see. What's up, golf coach? Happy freedom.
I think so.
Methodist Church.
I don't know.
Yeah. I know they feed and house a lot of refugees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's right there.
All right, cool.
I see your press.
Yeah.
Where you went.
I'm a live streamer. This is my.
Okay. Oh, okay.
But all right. Well, y'all have a great day. It's it's a beautiful day. Nice and cool so far.
Yeah.
That is.
Have a good one.
Yeah, Regina. Yeah, he loves laser pointers. I actually had one on my wish list that somebody got me. Got Klaus for my birthday. He loves it. I actually let him catch it though. I don't know if people do that. I'll make him chase the laser for a while, but then I'll actually allow him to catch it and I'll shut it off and then I'll tell him he did a good job, like completed the mission there. Yeah, and Klaus doesn't have a problem with the harness. He likes wearing the harness. It's the leash. When the leash is attached to it, he doesn't like the leash. Okay. Liberty Sweetheart, is the plan to walk your flag and the Freedom Kitty? I don't think I could do that. I don't think I'd be able to. Holding the camera and holding the flag is tough. But for the vlogging channel, for the King Hooligan channel, I'd like to take him with me when we go out on adventures and stuff. Let him get out of the house. My apartment is like very small. I live in a very small apartment, but it was all I was able to get into at the time. And I think that he's getting like cabin fever. Hold on a second. I gotta go free him from the leash. He's like running around. He's gonna do something stupid and hang himself, and then it'll be a hate crime. I'll be right back.
Any other bright ideas?
McDonald's? How far did they say it is from McDonald's?
What's that?
How far did they say the facility is from McDonald's?
They didn't. They just said it was over by McDonald's. it didn't.
Okay.
He didn't have any more details. He said he kind of looked and he didn't see anything. So
We just came from, we passed Golden Corral earlier.
I don't remember that. Is that over by the Kingdom?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at big patches of land.
Is there another La Quinta?
Not for a while.
No.
They're just that empty land next to La Quinta, west of La Quinta. I don't know if that's
Over where we came from. So they just set off the airbags on the car, and they got all the kids out there. It's sort of scared straight for drinking and driving. I'm still trying to Jill, thank you so very much. Very generous PayPal. Thank you. I thank you so much for supporting Wizard.
Good morning, Tammy, and welcome to the live.
Thank you, guys. So, we're in Las Cruces.
I kid you, I've only put that leash on him like twice, so he's still new to it. He doesn't mind the harness though.
Find what we're looking for. I'll tell
I think
you
he
what
likes
is
it.
that we're finding. But I just oh man, we're doing
And I had a Tomcat who wore a t-shirt to bed and it said killer on it. Oh yes, he loved the ladies. That is hilarious. I don't know if Klaus would wear a t-shirt.
just not finding it. So
Finder, bring WMM and he can hold the flag. Yeah, that's true. We'll see. I gotta get Klaus used to walking on a leash, if he's willing to do that. Deborah, you should get a baby carrier, put Klaus in when you're going for walks. Well, I want to get a cat carrier that's like a backpack. I want to say I put one on the wish list, but I didn't see it there when I was checking it yesterday, so I'm not sure. But that's what I want to get if he's not going to actually use the leash. We'll see.
Cemetery.
Happy Freedom Catman T. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a great day too.
Wow, beautiful mountains.
Jersey Devil, next time fold up the leash and tie it with a ponytail holder. It will be safe and he'll get used to it. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I could do that. Happy friend William Jones, thanks for being here. Ginger Snap, if he likes the harness, then he'll like a vest. Wait a minute. Harness. Blah. He thinks the harness is a vest like yours. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I want to give him the Tactic Cat harness thing that I was seeing on Gilded yesterday.
Fantastic job. So enjoying riding along with you. I'm glad you're here.
You know how the military, they'll have like the German Shepherds like strapped to their body and they carry him like a like a backpack. I'm gonna have to get that for the Hooligan cat. Have the Tactic Cat strapped to me. You got a permit for that Tactic Cat?
With a very generous Venmo. Thank you so much, Christy.
And the cat's name was Mr. T. That's hilarious.
Are great and sometimes puts us on edge.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Dylan. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Christy. I appreciate the support, and I like that you are enjoying what we're doing because it is so much fun. I think.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do in the summertime. I think it's gonna be too hot to wear that body armor. I'm gonna be sweating and dying. And it's all puffy because it's still breaking in. Regina, it's a permit. Yep. It's Tactic Cat. Oh, he's like digging in my closet right now.
I'm gonna take this back towards the freeway. I don't
Trail Dove, my cat looks at the laser light in boredom. She's not easily amused. Yeah. Female cats generally aren't that playful. That's why I've always had male cats. They'll let you pet them and they'll lay with you and they'll talk to you and they'll drink out of the toilet and they like to do fun things. Female cats are just, they got attitudes. They don't want you to touch them. They want to do their own thing. They'll come sit with you if they decide so, but if you try and grab them, they don't want to hang out with you. Yeah, cats are funny.
Like a little tiny house, Valley. Oh, homes. Let's see here. Where we're
at. Oh, good idea, Finder. Thanks for posting in Gilded. It sounds like human females. I don't know. Some human females like to be picked up and petted. I don't know. Yeah, Shelly babes. Whenever I can move, I want to move into a house as soon as possible. I can start that cooking show and we do all kinds of fun stuff. I just can't do a lot of that stuff while I'm stuck in this baby apartment. Ginger Snap, train Klaus to use the toilet and flush when he's done. Yeah, I gotta work on that. All this stuff takes time, and the live takes up the most of my time. I swear, I wish I was in my 20s, because when I was in my 20s, I had a hard time sleeping. I was awake all the time, and I just never had anything to do. And like now I have all this stuff to do, and I'm just tired all the time. It's like I don't know. I don't have the energy to train the cat and stuff after the live.
Yeah.
And your cat catches mice. I don't know. I bet Klaus would. He's a hunter. He's always trying to attack things and catch things. There was a stink bug the other day, and he like was acting like he was gonna reach the ceiling to get the stink bug. I don't know. He's funny. Chili Babes, in Michigan, isn't there rent-to-own mobile homes or manufactured homes? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Where I live, everything is subsidized housing and stuff, and it sucks. It sucks. I can't travel too far from where I am because of responsibilities that I have, but it is what it is. Eventually, I'll move into a house. I need to call my financial aid stuff to see. I don't know. I called my student loans yesterday, I think it was, and they were telling me that they think I qualify for student loan forgiveness, but they can't give it to me. I have to call financial aid, whatever. If I didn't have student loans, I'd be able to get a house, but I don't know. Whatever's whatever. Train them to catch brown recluse spiders. Yeah, that would be a good idea. WYSIWYG is so funny. He's so funny.
That is a big chili.
Elisa, don't do rent to own. We made that mistake. Yeah, I just need to get into a house. That's all I know. Whatever I can do to get into a house.
That was worth the trip. Oh, Pancake Alley? Oh.
Happy Freedom, Speedy Girl. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Death Before Despair. Yeah, WYSIWYG seems like a cool guy.
Boy, I could use a Starbucks right now. Some good coffee. Let's see if we get lucky.
Liberty Square. Yeah, my car runs fine now. I took it in to get assessed after it got the new head gaskets and timing belt and stuff, and they said that it was running good and wasn't leaking fluid or anything like that. So, yep, it's all good for another 100,000 miles or so. You never know. Yeah, Lisa, I can't get a mortgage because my debt to income ratio is too high. I owe $41,000 in student loan debts. In debt.
Let's see if they've rolled out. They should have. In his description on his live feed, he has a link to his location. Yeah.
He has a
Card, it needs a little. It needed some stuff done, but it's good now. Ronald 41K, you must be smart. Nah, going to school doesn't necessarily make you smart. It just provides you with information that you wanted to obtain. Being smart is how you use the information you have. Speedy Girl, didn't buy and pay off student loans. You have to apply. So there's been I can't think what's called, a deferral, something. Student loans have been suspended since like the plague started, and so there's no interest rate going on right now, and there's no payments due. You can still pay on it, and it's smart to pay on it because there's no interest rate. So everything you pay is going straight to the principal. But the whoever I go through for my federal loans, they wanted me to provide new updated information on my living conditions and work conditions and stuff like that. So yeah, deferment 1111, thank you. So they could assess how much do they want me to pay per month. So I'm paying $200 a month right now, and they wanted to assess it, and I was worried they were going to jack it up to like $500 or $600 a month, which I would not be able to afford. I can't hardly afford the $200 a month as it is. And they told me that they think that I qualify for student loan forgiveness, but I'd have to contact financial aid and talk with them about it, and if they decide so, then they would forgive my student loans. And they said it wouldn't hurt me to apply, because I asked them if it would, is there any blowback if I apply for student loan forgiveness and I get denied, or even if I get accepted, is there something hanging over my head? But they said no. And they said that it would be a good idea to apply, and I'm sure they're saying that because that means they get paid by the government. So if I get forgiven for my student loans, they'll get that 41K from the government instead of from me over the next 35 years. So I don't know. I signed up to pay the student loans. I know what I got myself into. I am more than willing to sit here and pay my student loans over the next 35 to 40 years. But I mean, if I didn't have the debt, I'd be in a house. I'd be living in a house right now, because my credit score is like almost 800. If it's not 800, it's like 780 something or 790 something last time I seen it. Hey Peter, thank you for being here, and God bless you too. Oh, I'm receiving another phone call. Just give me a second, guys.
why she got on the freeway in the ambulance. The green ambulance. She's with the convoy.
I noticed that there were a couple convoyers already on the road.
Yeah. She's been having a lot of problems with that thing.
Mechanical. Looking for a RV trailer.
Hey, Bandit, you got ears on?
He's got to be watching for you, X-ray. Direct him. You got a black car coming up now to get in there. All right, Bill, try to get out of here. Come on.
What?
I'm looking for a diesel RV trailer.
Yeah.
X-ray, you still want me up there? I could probably send that gray car.
Where's that sound again?
Got a bear in. We got a bird in the air too. There's Hot Wheels. Come on. He's up here. Come on. Yeah, sir. Big D's in my way. When we are staging, do we need to be facing the fairgrounds or facing away from the fairgrounds? Face the fairgrounds. We're going to drive back, cross past the fairgrounds, hang around, and go across. He's on his way. Get back on. But I'm going to try to get on where all these trucks and stuff are here at this truck stop. Hey, TNT, come on.
Hey, got a 20 on Bandit. This is WYSIWYG.
We got a truck trailer that needs to get some fuel.
Allie, send him to 5.
Hey, Bandit, I got a package for you.
We're going to watch us fuel this one. Hey, X-ray, so do we have some? Before.
Okay, I'll go and watch it today when I get home from Bible study and see if there's like a timeline that they give for the event, because that's I think my biggest thing right now is like just knowing what time to be there. I know the traffic's going to be bad, I know the parking's going to be a crap show, so I want to like be prepared in my day and make sure I get there. Yeah, so I shouldn't go, that's the thing, like it's his birthday, should I stay home, you know what I mean? He's gonna be working, like he did tell me. The convoy's coming to SAC. For sure it's coming to SAC. I know you said that, and I know that I'd seen things about that. So that's where it's like, okay, then I should stay and be at the one in SAC. Even though I don't know, how do I say this? Like, I felt like the one in DC was so amazing and so special that I was like, this would be something my kids would remember, right? Same thing with like, coming to this, like my kids would remember this their entire life, seeing these people around them. There's hundreds of thousands, potentially, people that are, you know, that are there, that like are on the same page as us, right? Okay, so they confirmed it yesterday. I wonder how many people, if they'll do like another, like a big rally here in SAC. I imagine that the turnout though will be the same. All right.
I'm an Oreo holic.
If it's for sure coming here, because that kind of changes things for me. Because I do, you know, it is his birthday. I do want to celebrate him. You know, it's only once a year, but this is a once in a lifetime thing too. But if they're coming here, then that kind of changes my stance a little bit.
He didn't really say.
Are all these live streamers going to come up this way too, you think? And like trucker friends that you've made, you feel like all of them are going to come up this way? Because I would definitely be there.
Robin, go ahead.
For that.
They're not. He's not too sure. They have a situation. They're working on location still. They have some put out. I go. I just want to. So you think?
She really is. She homeschools. She knows a lot about what's going on in California. Like, she's very knowledgeable about it. So I always kind of like go to her for some info. I was talking to her the other day, and I mentioned you. She was like, I heard her Oreo Express. She's like, what's his name? I was like, you gotta ask him yourself. She's like, oh, come on, don't do that to me. I was like, gotta ask him yourself. Like, he's Oreo Express. You gotta ask him yourself. Like, get her to like actually meet you. You know what I mean? So like, kind of force her to kind of know what you are. Tea is amazing. Ah, look at you.
Yeah, I kept buying everybody's stuff in there. Brought Mike's lunch.
Oh, you did?
Bought the mechanics stuff. And I stood there by the register and kept doing this.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, Anthony don't know. He said donations or something in there.
Yeah, this one is not as cool as I want it to be. Oh, it's not even plugged in. Oh. Dickader. Oh, it's plugged in with the personal line. So. Get the battery pack out. Actually, still do. Hang on, guys. Sorry, the camera's all like flimsy, floppy, trying to just figure. Plug this in. There we go. Get the phone to cool down a bit so it does not overheat.
They go. Look at that helicopter. That helicopter coming?
It is.
He was doing all sideways stuff right now.
Huh. I used to tell my daughter that the helicopter, because like the sky is so blue, when you say a helicopter, it's like, it reminds me of a fish in the water. So we always call the helicopter a fish. They said Ray Epps cleaning windows now. I'm good right now. Thank you. Somebody in the chat said, Ray F's cleaning windows now?
What's it?
Somebody in the chat said, Ray F's cleaning windows now? Like he sprayed J6 on the window. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom one more time and then we should be good. Alright, be right back, guys. Toss this out. You can pet him.
Kelly Lynn. That good? What the fuck? I've been sitting here for fucking 45 minutes. Move the fucking RV. Oh, I get that. I get that.
Happy Freedom, MD. Morris, this year you've only bought $30 worth of gas. Liberty, sweetheart. Yesterday I had to pick up my niece from school. We were driving down the 6-lane highway and we saw two guys on horses on the sidewalk. She was shocked. I said it's because gas is high. That's hilarious. I know if gas doesn't chill out, well, I'll be riding horses. Morning, Jennifer. Happy Freedom. What's up, Paul? Thanks for being here. Yeah, Finder. It says it in the lower right hand screen. Yep, it's Today with Julius. What's up, it's Nasari. Happy Freedom.
He'll put the GoPro on the side of the rig or whatever he's going to do for just another angle view for you that you can watch in on the WYSIWYG TV channel. Remember, we picked him up that the media pack the one day at Best Buy. He's been using that, but we were talking about how
Finder. Oh, you heard Oreo? Maybe they're riding together.
I should slow down here. Everybody's out with their dogs.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Sammy. Thank you.
Zooming along like it was the road's like a 50-mile-an-hour road, but I realize with everybody hanging out on the side. Talking about how to take that GoPro signal and as like either having ability to switch, and we've been talking about how that would happen.
The buffering.
So while we're in LA, I'm gonna get this one device that'll allow me to switch between four feeds, and I've got that extra phone, and so I'm going to work on that because I think that'll be fun, and you know, it's not a distracting thing. It's like hitting a button on your dashboard. I think we'll add some cameras on outside of whatever vehicle we end up driving, and then, you know, maybe do like this camera, do a couple of GoPros, and then have the ability to patch in that third one or the fourth one, which would be a remote camera, or maybe even a couple remote cameras when we're driving. So sort of mobile studio. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fuel up.
Oh, you're awesome, Jersey Devil. Thank you so much. Happy Freedom, Chantel. Stacy, no. I haven't put him on the list yet. What's up, Joy? Morris, you're out here teaching lessons, are you? So Jen Balsacki is going to be doing her press briefing here in the next 15 minutes or so. I think we'll switch over and see what's going on with that while the convoy is doing what they're doing. Debating on how this is all going to go. Once the convoy is on the road, I may end the live, and then I can go to the post office and pick up whatever's there and get all that stuff figured out, and then come back and cover more of the convoy. There's usually not a whole lot going on while they're on the road. so it'll give me time to go get that stuff taken care of.
Son, how many times I gotta tell you?
Stop being gay.
Oh man. Well, what's up, y'all?
Found a few apartments.
I'm back. I am back. You live? Hold on, guys. No road rage, I promise.
Don, yeah, I got most of it all ready and stuff, so when I gotta go H&R Block on Saturday, I should be able to just drop everything off, and hopefully it'll be fine. Just before despair, can we blur her face? We'll see. Chantel, the truckers going to the border? Not that I know of. Yeah, Don, I don't get I don't get a tax refund. I have to pay in. It's the deal of being your own boss. Deborah, yeah, they plan on making it to California by the 8th or the 9th. Wow, Gidgey, that's crazy. Don, you paying 200? Yeah, I'll be paying in quite a bit. Hopefully I have enough to cover it. But either way, gotta get it done. It's so funny because people show up when I have Jen Balsacki on the screen and they talk about how they can't stand her, but there's way more people that show up for that than show up for this. Like, watch, when I put the White House on, you'll see the chat like have like 500 to 1,000 people in there, and then I'll put the truckers back on and I'll go back down to 150 or so. Yes, yeah, Mercy. By Saturday They should be in California.
Do that. 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
This guy's falling. Like that?
Yeah. Go ahead and give it a shout out.
Are you looking? Can you
Yep.
see me?
Yep.
It'll take about 20 seconds.
Nah,
She
go
says,
ahead.
there you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sammy, you don't have to pay taxes if you make under a certain amount. Anything over $600, you have to file taxes. If you made more than $600 in the year, then you got to pay in.
Right on. Yeah, we
I like
can all
your ring.
take what we get. Thanks, man.
Yeah. So,
A few of us got those.
I like that. That's pretty dope. Yeah.
She said thank you.
No.
Parabellum, we all love to hate her. Yeah, true story. I like putting Jen Balsacchi on because half these sound bites that I have are directly for her.
Are they friend or foe?
I prefer women.
Yes. I gotta get the new ones put on too from the last Trump rally, and somebody was saying I should get Old Man Walter when he's like, "Clap, you bastards," or whatever he says. I think we're gonna put that on there too.
She back there? Okay.
What's up, Maui Gal? Welcome to the live.
I don't know where Alex is, guys. I have no idea. If he's live, you can check his live stream. Oh man, I saw Brant pull up.
Oh, I texted him. He owes me $100.
Bacavez? Claim your cat on your tax return for child credits. I don't think that's gonna fly. I don't think they'll let that fly.
That's 600. Sonia said, in the trunk. Yeah. Yeah, so the wait done, getting a couple more cars filled up, trucks filled up, and then it should be on the way go. That's what X-Ray said. Oh, man. I'm gonna charge my phone. Get that all charged up real quick.
Yeah, Sammy, I guess it depends on what you claim, because if you look it up on the federal website or if you talk to an accountant, anything over $600 you have to claim or it's tax evasion. But I'm sure there's ways around it. Happy Freeman Travis, thanks for being here.
Okay, guys. Just hang tight, one big guy. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to face the camera that way. Get a little bit more scenery.
What do you think about this?
Absolutely, Deborah. Yeah, I know. I've noticed that when I do the Pledge of Allegiance, half the chat will leave, and I assume that it must be because they're Canadian or they're from somewhere out of the country, or they just don't like doing the Pledge of Allegiance, I suppose. When I first started doing it, there was a lot of blowback. There was a lot of people saying like you shouldn't do the Pledge of Allegiance because the flag is it's the symbol of the government instead of us being a symbol of us, the people. I don't know. People are really dumb sometimes.
Taxes too.
No, the total is $1,671 after tax.
Liberty, sweetheart, I can't believe anyone would want to hear her voice on the nightly news. I expect MSNBC ratings to completely disappear when she gets over there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad I don't watch that stuff. I could imagine like listening to her talk for hours and hours. It's hard to hear her as much as she talks now.
Real streamers make it here early.
What's up, Misty? Welcome to the live.
That bugs me, just pulling for...
I think he paid. I should ask him, huh?
That's what they look like outside. Oh, and they got washer and dryer.
Nice.
That's the living room.
How many rooms is it, 2?
2-bedroom.
That's awesome, Liberty, sweetheart. Yeah, I can't not do the pledge. Yesterday I was talking to WMM on the phone, and there's like a field behind the building where the high schoolers play football and stuff. and they were playing the national anthem. I had to tell them, hold up, because I have flags in the house. I was like, you gotta face a flag. I was like, they're doing the national anthem right now. He's like, what, they are? I'm like, yeah, just be quiet for a second. Sitting there with the phone in my head, my hand over my heart. I don't know, I'm built like that.
Gotham City was in some movie. It's Batman. It's in the comics.
Sammy, the links don't go through on YouTube.
One called Julius. Yeah, no, I barely read comics.
Speed Girl, can't be patriotic in our own country. Isn't that some shit? Man, I don't know. Everybody has their own thoughts. A lot of them are angry.
LA had turned to Gotham, guys. I mean, where's Batman when you need him? I'm dead serious about that.
Donnie Brooklyn. Mimosas and chatty sake. Yeah, I don't know. I need a mimosa. I don't have any beer. I should pick up beer too while I'm out and about. Proud ankle. When I played in a band, I got paid $600 and didn't report it. 2 years later, they came after me, but the IRS claimed that it was $60,000. They billed me $32,000. Took 3 years to fix, and it was bad. Yeah, that's why I took the time to get my tax stuff together, because there's a good chance they're gonna audit me, and I got to make sure I have everything taken care of for the audit. Like, I called my internet company yesterday because I couldn't get my statements for January and February of last year, and they told me the only way I could get the statements is if I paid them $2 a month for the 2 months that I didn't have. And I was trying to argue with them, like, you can't charge me for a bill of sales, you owe it to me. And they said something about having to contact accounting and this, that, and the other, whatever. Like, what a bunch of nonsense. And so I don't want to go through that, so I have to print off all the receipts, all the statements, all that stuff, do all the math, and then drop it off to H&R Block so they can punch it into the paperwork or whatever. It's so annoying. But I have to make sure that I have it all together, because the IRS is 3 years behind. So in 3 years they could audit me for whatever I turn in this year, and I don't want to be caught without having the paperwork, because if I can't explain deductions or money spent or where it came from, then they'll be coming after me.
A decent amount of time.
Misty, it only goes back to March. They only keep the last 12 months on record, so I needed more than that.
It's a little bit cool, so we'll keep that. Right about there.
Happy Freedom Deuce.
I'm going to Love's and quick and go check something. I'll be right back, guys.
Nobody asked you, Julius.
Everybody asks me.
Sassafras 10.99 is no fun for sure. Yeah, and I have many. It's not like just claiming for one business. I have like 16 businesses or something, according to the amount of 1099s I have to file. It's nonsense. Proud ankle. They just billed me and I had to figure it out. They had a decimal in the wrong place, held my refunds for 3 years. IRS are bad dudes when they think you owe them. You are a criminal. Yeah, that's why I don't want to deal with their nonsense. I just want to pay them whatever. when I did taxes last year, they were asked, the tax guy was telling me to come up with more deductions. He was asking me all these questions. He's like, I want to know because we're going to make sure that you get as many deductions as possible so you don't have to pay in that much. I told him I didn't care. I was like, I'll give them more money than they're asking for as long as they leave me the hell alone. I don't want to deal with the IRS. Sassafras. I don't know. I know a lot about taxes and stuff, but I like to go to H&R Block because if I get audited, it's included in whatever I pay for this round. So 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they decide to audit me for this year, I've already paid for it. So I can take it to these guys and they can help me fight the audit. That's what I worry about. I don't worry about paying taxes. I worry about fighting audits. And I got bad luck. I got real bad luck. So just like Proud Ankle was saying, it's like $600 turns into $60,000 just because there are a bunch of idiots over there. So that's the only reason I'm going through it. Yeah, Proud Ankle. Yeah, dealing with the government is a bunch of nonsense. It is a bunch of nonsense. I always do it when I had W-2s, but I don't have W-2s anymore. So I gotta deal with all this other stuff. And I got some sort of paperwork from my old job. I haven't worked there in a while, like a long while. Like I'm pretty sure the last time I worked there was 2020. And they sent me some sort of statement saying I got money in my 401k. And I didn't put that money there, so I guess the company is paying me retirement even though I don't work there anymore, so I gotta get that figured out too. And I can't contact the company because it's now owned by the federal government and they won't answer the phone when I call. So I mean, they can go ahead and keep paying me retirement, I guess. Yeah, Lori. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have to worry about it because I've already done all the work for them. They're just processing it. If they screw it up, I have it insured, so they're the ones that have to deal with it. They're the ones that have to fix it, not me. I'm not dealing with that. All I gotta do is if I receive a letter in the mail saying that something's wrong, I just bring it to them and they'll fix it. Yeah, Liberty Sweetheart, I know, I see that too. People saying not to pay federal tax and this, that, and the other. They'll come get you though. I mean, you know, like I say all the time, the laws are for us. They're not, it's not for them. If they want to come do something illegal to us, what do? You gonna call the police? You gonna say the IRS is ripping me off? What are they gonna do? Nothing? They ain't gonna do nothing. So it's better to get ahead of the game. Just go ahead and get it all taken care of. My dog, I called the company that deals with my 401k. I took everything out of it. I closed the account. They sent me a letter, paperwork or whatever, to pay taxes on that money I got. And now this year, they gave me more money in an account that should have been closed. So they are still paying into it. They didn't even close it. Yeah, Proud Ankle. I hate dealing with the government. I had something similar to that happen last time I was in jail. When you go to jail, you get out, it's like $18 for a processing fee. You got to pay for them to process you. And you have to pay it within like 7 days or something of getting out. Otherwise, you'll go back. And I paid it all. And then randomly one month, I got a receipt in the mail saying that I owed all this money. And I had like I had 10 days to come in and pay it. Otherwise, they were going to put a warrant out for my arrest. And I had to go in there and find receipts from like a year ago and provide it to them. So they didn't put a warrant out for my arrest, because when I paid the bill, nobody stuck the receipt in wherever it's supposed to go. So on their end, it looked like I didn't have it. But then I also had to explain, like, I ain't been in jail in like over a year. Like, you guys should already put that warrant out and came and got me. And they were like, yeah, we're not very good at paperwork. I'm like, oh, okay, so I should be arrested. I should have a warrant put out for my arrest because you guys aren't good at paperwork. I'm telling you, the government is it's trash. It is trash. My dog, nah, you're wrong. Nobody's given anyone a 401k to do live streaming. Oh, I see what you're saying here. The wording, there needs to be some adjustments in that wording, because they were stepping on my freedoms. They were causing issues. They wanted us to work 60-something hours a week, and they suck. They suck over there. That's why I left that job. That 401k ain't worth shit. What does it mean when all you get to do outside of work is eat and sleep? That's it. You ain't got no free time. They tell you can't talk. They make you wear a compliance cloth, a shield. They wrap you in a plastic curtain. They make you work in an environment that's like 90 degrees. You're not allowed to talk to each other, and you don't know when you work until they come and tell you. So you expect to get out at 2, they'll show up at 1:30 and tell you, hey, guess what, guys, you're going to stay till 6 today. Or tomorrow, you're going to come in 4 hours early, right when you're walking out the door. You only do that so long, and then you don't do it anymore. And I couldn't pay my bills. I was doing all that shit, and I still couldn't pay my bills. And so I left that to do this. I didn't even leave that. They fired me because I do this. Difference in political opinions. So they let me go. Sassafras, yeah, it's not formed. I don't have a company that's formed. If I did qualify this as a 501c, they would wipe my student loans. That's one of the things. If you've had it long enough, you made enough payments, and you work for a 501c, you can get your student loans wiped, but I don't. This is just a sole proprietorship. My dog thought I had a 9-to-5er. I did. I don't now. And I've never had a 9-to-5er. I've always had like a 5-to-5er or like a 10-to-10. Like I've always worked 12-hour shifts and stuff like that. My dog, yeah, I could make this an LLC, but I don't need to. I don't have employees. Sammy, waiting until you're 65 and need medical care to retire and have fun is a huge scam. Gotta love what you do. Oh yeah, I don't think I'll live long enough to retire. I doubt I'm gonna make it to 65. Highly doubt that. I have a lot of medical problems. I doubt it. And even if I did, I wouldn't even go to the hospital. I gotta have bones protruding through my skin to go to the hospital. I can't stand those people at the doctor's office. Not at all. And I'm very verbal about it.
Back. Like I never left.
Yeah, proud ankle. Yeah, I used to work first shift at the factory. I'd have to be there at 4 o'clock, and those third shifters, they were not living life. Not at all. Vampires. And they were not happy. They were all on drugs and stuff. And they were like, that's the only way we can stay awake. Taking a bunch of Adderall in the bathroom. Try to stay awake through the shift just to go home, sleep, wake up, go back to work. Yeah, Liberty Sweetheart. I could see that. What does this guy got? What are those antennas? What are they?
Did you win? I have no idea.
Hey Joe, you've been a graveyard shift vampire? Yeah. I've thought about it. My living situation was very hard to deal with for the time schedule, and it was like the only way I could make things work was to work third shift. Like when all the riots and stuff stopped and we were covering like only the White House stuff, I was thinking about working third shift so I could get out of work, come here, go live and cover the White House stuff, and then go to sleep after the White House stuff to wake up and go to work at third shift. But I don't know, it's always an option. If it gets to the point where I can't pay my bills or I can't afford to keep the live running anymore, then I'll have to do that. Deanna, apparently that SCJ nominee was confirmed. Yep. I knew that was going to happen. I knew it. She can't tell. She's not a... What did she say? She's not a biologist. They were like, yep, she's staying. She's nice and special like everybody else. Those people are so corrupt. They're so corrupt. Can't tell the difference between a boy or girl. Can't tell that banging a kid is wrong. I'm like, come on. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
My soundbite don't work. What the hell happened here?
Are they friend or foe?
Maybe you can hear it. I can't hear it, though. I can see it in the signal, the audio signal, because I have a little mixer thing on the screen. Weird. Stupid software. Mercy, she's gonna have a tough time dealing with the other justices, though. She might. Yeah, absolutely, side run. I don't know. I know they're trying so hard to normalize that stuff. Good luck to them. They want violence to break out. That's what it is. That's why they do this stuff, is because eventually they'll press that right button and people will have enough. Like I was talking about the other day, people behave the way they do because they think you won't punch them in the face. You get punched in the face, there's no way to get unpunched in the face. You can go ahead and delete people's posts. You can take back messages you send on social media now. You can take back all that stuff. You can remove it and act like it didn't happen. You cannot unpunch yourself in the face. They'll come to a breaking point and people are going to start getting punched in the face or worse. And then you're going to see everybody straighten right up. They're going to straighten right up. They're going to be like, oh my God, these people actually are living in the real world again. I guess we better stop treating them like shit. But they want it though. Because it'll bring in control. It's like 9/11 happened and they were like, you know what? We're going to have to listen to all your phone calls, read all your text messages, and watch you through your cameras because it's the best for your safety. So they're trying to push the limits so people will get to that breaking point and they'll do it all over again. They'll say, well, because this big event happened and all these people got hurt or worse, we're going to have to take more of your freedoms away and control you even more. And they're the ones setting it up. Just like how old man Walter does it. Ruins the country and then tries to bring it back up and say, look at what a good job I did. Oh dang, 15 minutes late, Jemball Saki. As soon as this camera flips over, in their live. We're gonna flip over to Jim Balsacchi, watch her nonsense for however long, then we'll come back to the convoy and we'll go from there. Yes, I run. That's exactly what they do for the gun violence stuff. They go and stage all this crap, and then they're like, hey, you know what? Maybe we need even tougher gun laws. Like, yeah. Yeah, Lori. I know. Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. More and more of that's coming out. I don't know how they're gonna hide that. Maybe they'll do it like the trial, the Epstein Island trial stuff. You know, no one talks about that now. They act like that didn't even happen. That's because they didn't televise any of that, and then all the documents that came out had redactions and stuff on it, and now nobody talks about it. Didn't even happen. I worry they're going to do that about Hunter Biden's laptop. They're going to not put any of it on TV. They're not going to release any documents. I know you can't see any of those images. Those are terrible things. Those are federal crimes in media form there. I know they're not releasing any of that. And then they're going to sweep it under the rug. Or they're going to try to. What's up, MH? Happy freedom. What's up, Lioness? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Was that a white power fist? I'm just kidding. I'm sure that's not what that was. Oh man, let CNN get a hold of that. Deborah, right on. The government wants those protests. In fact, they count on it. It does become an excuse to use more power. It's all part of the plan. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm starting to think it's the democratic way. You got to burn the city down and build it back in your image and then walk around and go, look at the great things I've done. Like, yeah, okay.
And all of a sudden Walmart's
Alright, I'm just going to flip the screen because I keep forgetting to look at it because I'm reading the chat. So we're going to put it on. That way I can't miss it.
they were ordering up. It's like Sasnak and pizza.
Still wearing enough layers to insulate.
Alright, we'll give that a couple minutes for the information to update and then watch how many people show up for Jim Balsacchi. I'm just going to take the location off the screen. Nobody cares when it comes to Jim Balsacchi. Cash flow, how much longer you think it's going to be before all hell breaks loose? I don't know. Honestly, I feel like people are getting used to it. Things were way worse when the riots were going on. Now people are kind of desensitized to it. I feel like the race baiting crap has really died down. You ain't seeing protesting and violence like we were. People aren't really mandated as bad as they were. I mean, when was the last time you've seen like a pro 2A rally? It's been forever. It's been way over a year. I think people are just getting used to the stuff. I don't even know. They would have to do something really messed up to get people to become violent, I think. I think the whole normalizing CSE stuff, I think that could be a trigger. I think if they try and make it okay to be a CSE offender, people are going to respond with violence. Because obviously the system ain't going to work. Somebody gets a CSE charge and they get slapped on the wrist and they get let go. Okay, put it like this. What happens to CSE offenders when they go to prison? They don't make it very long. They don't do well in prison. Well, if you won't send them to prison, what do you think is going to happen out here? There's way more resources out here than there is in prison. People aren't going to let CSE offenders just walk around like parading and masquerading. Oh no. Somebody will stop that. You'll have vigilante justice happening. I can't say your name. I don't know why you guys make names that you can't say out loud. You must not want to shout out. She's waiting until her skin changes color to match the background. Yeah, they're trying to put her human face on right now. That's why she's 22 minutes late. I'm not sure. I must have pissed a whole bunch of people off. We got 47 people with the thumbs down. I don't know. That didn't come from this though. I just put this on the screen. They must be mad about the truckers. Or something I said. I don't know. It's probably something I said. I've been making people mad a lot lately, but you know what? I don't care. I don't care at all. Everything I'm saying, I believe in. If you don't believe it, be mad. Or don't be mad. Just hang out and see what happens. It is what it is. That's the most thumbs down we've had in a long time. Must be hitting people right in their feelings. Right in their little feelings. Liberty Sweetheart, this shirt is on the website. I tried to put it on the merch store and they kept taking it down. So you got to go to the website to get it. It's on I think it's on the bottom of the list on the link tree. I appreciate you, Jennifer. Lord, they're still coming back. I know, it's probably people who got banned. That's probably what it is. People who got banned for talking crazy and they still show up. I don't know. People that hate you are just about as useful as people that love you. You know, all promotion's good promotion. Deborah, everyone's become sensitive. Hell, you can't even make fun of yourself without someone getting ticked off. It's a true story. It's a true story. People get mad about everything. It's because they need something to be mad about. They have a lot of feeling inside and they don't know where to place it, so they gotta figure out a way to be upset. What's up, 0 views? Keep pissing people off. It's verification you're on the right track. I just wish I knew what it was that I was saying that got everybody riled up, making them mad. We'd have stayed on that subject. Well, Adriana, offending you is not my intent. I don't even know what I could have said. We were talking about taxes. The cat. It must be the cat. I put the cat on the screen. Everybody got mad. 47 people were like, thumbs down this video. He's got this freedom cat on the screen. Who does he think he is? Chantel, I love being really nice to really mean people. I like punching really mean people in the face because they go from really mean people to really scared people, really sad people, really victimized people. They're not mean anymore. You only gotta get punched in the face one time, straighten you right out. I think we all need it. From time to time, you just need your ass kicked. It's good for you. It's good for you. Otherwise, you grow up to be Antifa. WMM, you crack me up. It's a true story, MD. They're like, this guy's got a flag on the screen, he's got a flag on his shirt, he's talking about paying taxes. What a piece of shit. That must be what it was. They're like, thumbs down his video immediately. My dog, everyone punch yourself in the face. It doesn't mean the same when you do it to yourself. Parabellum, it's a free show. I'm just sticking my kitty all in the camera, like, for free? I didn't even have to pay for this. Oh, I see why I can't hear the sound bites. I had my TV muted. Yeah, I mean that works. You ever try to turn something on and you ain't got it plugged in? That's basically what I just did. Death Before Despair made it over to Odyssey. You're awesome. Bacavez. I need to figure out what your name is. Save all your receipts when you go out to eat and claim it as a business meeting. I could. I'd have tons of tax write-offs if I did that. What's up, Grab and Base? Yep. Yeah, she's actually 28 minutes late. I'm not sure what her excuse is. There's nothing else scheduled for the White House. Man, I appreciate you, Frankie. Paul, where's the cat? Oh, he's on Klaus Tower right now, taking a nap. 0 views, you're getting old. I know. My old man. Happy Freedom, Jennifer. Yeah, Deborah. Yeah, punching yourself in the face doesn't do anything. It's when somebody else does it and you're like, you know what? I might deserve that. It happens. That happens. It doesn't always take a physical punch in the face. Sometimes you say something and people walk away from you that you really didn't think was going to walk away from you, and you're like, you know what? I should probably straighten up. There's lots of things in the world like that. Stacy, she's not done changing yet. Yeah, morphing into a humanoid. Oh, Lizard Jumbo Saki. I ain't had her on the screen in a while. See how this goes. Yeah, short fuse, I heard that. Yep, I heard Pelosi's got the plague. Yeah, Lori, all my receipts are online. Almost everything I purchase goes through PayPal or my bank stuff or, you know, whatever. Plus you receive emails every time you order something. All my receipts are online. That's why it took me so long to do my taxes. It's because I had to dig through the internet. My dog. Okay, maybe punching yourself is too strong. Everyone Will Smith yourself real quick. What do you mean, like stay married to somebody that cheats on you? Like, you gotta be a little bit clearer than that. Fake slap people? I don't know. Elizabeth, I mean, Ted Cruz and all those guys that met with the truckers, they raised awareness. There was camera crews and stuff to check out Ted Cruz staying in front of the Capitol and all that stuff, but nothing more than that happened. They're just like, vote. They're like, go vote. That's, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else was supposed to happen, but yeah, it's a bunch of camera time, spotlight. Mister, you're gonna live till you're 90. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I got another 60 years in me. Especially if the world stays this way. Listen, sorry, I want to work for myself in the future. You should. It's empowering, but it's a lot more work than working for someone else. But it's nice. It has a lot of perks and a lot of freedom. Nah, Jinx by birth, they must all have been hanging out together, doing their secret parties and stuff. Bonnie, what do you think about the end of times? I don't think anything of it, really. I mean, I don't know. What is there to think? I guess you'd have to be more specific. The end of times is something out of your own control, so what can you do? What's up, Sam? Happy freedom. You guys saying good morning is like tripping me out because it's almost 2 o'clock here. Snooks, not seeing the chat on Odyssey and can't comment. Are you signed in over there? You gotta be signed in, otherwise you can't participate in the chat. Oh yeah, let's do a poll real quick. Oh, Bonnie, I mean, that's an opinion. That still doesn't really help me answer your question, though. I don't really know how to respond to the end of times. Because it depends on what you consider the end of times. Some people consider it the zombie apocalypse. Some people consider it the end of mankind being wiped out completely. Some people think it's something you can survive if you're strong enough. Some people think it's not. So, I mean, that's a really broad statement. I don't know why. I have a feeling like she's going to be wearing blue today. I don't know. I think she's going to be wearing blue. Cyber, you think she'll be wearing communist red? It's her jam. Chantel, puke green. Made it herself. One of these days, she'll forget to put her human face on. She'll come out here looking regular. She'll probably look better. Yeah, Johnny, you think she'll be wearing red? She might. Genius by birth, purple has a meaning to them. Yeah. That's fresh. You think she'll have orange on? She might. We'll see. No mandates. Raggedy Ann's the worst. Yeah. Watch how many people show up, though. We'll get Jim Ball Sack on the screen and people will start showing up. Big Hoss. That's hilarious. I don't think I could say that out loud, but that's hilarious. Dawn, you think she's wearing green? Well, if she ever gets on stage, we'll be able to see. Thank you so much, Bonnie, for the $21 donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for all the support. I think End Times is going to be great. I don't know. Could be. Could be. It's hard to say. Depends on how it goes. Could be a flash in the sky and then all of a sudden none of us are here anymore. Could be like anarchy and chaos and acts of violence and gore that you've never witnessed in person. I mean, who really knows? Liberty Sweetheart, you vote purple? Grab base, green, but I think her favorite color is clear. Oh yeah, because she's transparent. What's up, Lefty Lucy? Happy freedom. Cyron, what color unders does she got on? I bet it's human flesh. But not her own. You guys are feeling green, huh? I see a lot of greens popping up. If she doesn't show, are we all wrong then? Is that how that works? Sam, I hope Peter gives her a big what for today. Hopefully Peter's there. She gets all riled up. Raymundo, you think she'll have yellow? Short fuse, we're busing illegals to DC, don't mess with Texas. Yeah, I heard that earlier. Thank you so much, Genius by Birth, for the $20 donation. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Of course, Genius by Birth. I said I'm going to stay with the convoy, and I meant it. It's sad that people don't show up to watch it, though. That people have given up on the convoy. At least they're like trying. They're trying to do stuff, and people aren't accepting of that. Bonnie, the car's good now. Yeah, my Subaru is all better now that I had the head gasket replaced, the timing belt, oil pan, headlight fixed. I can't remember what else, some other stuff. And then they balanced my tires for free, and then that fixed the whole steering issue that I was having. Liberty Swear, I guarantee her draws are made of gravel today. Could be. Happy Freedom, Donna. It'll be green. A lot of you are saying green today. Donnie, so she was supposed to be on the stage 41 minutes ago. Scott, the convoy should have parked on Pennsylvania Ave. They would have been treated like the J6ers, though. I mean, that's That's the sucky thing. It probably would have been more effective for them to go in gridlock DC, but after all the chaos and, it would have definitely raised awareness. There would have been no way to hide that. But they would have turned it into another J6. Those people would have lost all their rights, and then they would probably actually do something. So we're lucky they didn't do anything to us after J6. We're lucky that they didn't say, oh, because of this, now we got to make these laws, or we're going to put in these bills that is going to take everyone's rights away. But I think if it happens again, they will take advantage of the opportunity. Yeah, Bill, it's just for fun. Liberty Sweetheart, are we chanting rage quit even though she takes... Hold on, my chat's recycling. She takes another job already? I keep hoping that she'll throw... What? She'll throw in the binder and transform on live TV? She might. I don't know. I want to see her rage quit no matter what job she works at. Peter's going to be the one to push her over the edge, I think. He'll be the one to rile her up enough to where she just walks out. Tam, I keep a Rumble channel on TV all day. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Yeah, Bill, the problem is that everybody needs to, and not everybody's on board with it. If only a few rise up, they'll be taken out, and everybody will support it. I can't tell you how many people I still see saying that J6 was a terrorist attack, that it was worse than 9/11. As long as there's a large group of people that believe that's true, just a few people rising up is nothing but people losing their rights, and more reason for the government to have overreach. Everybody needs to be aware, and then everybody needs to stand together. Donnie, I don't know. That's your opinion. I haven't seen Jersey J since they all separated and stuff. I don't know anything about that stuff. Raymundo, who will be the new press secretary when Jen Balsacki leaves? Probably the one that fills in for her when she's got the plague, since she's had the plague like 3 or 4 times. I don't know the lady's name though. Connie, what color is Hunter's laptop? That's the color she'll wear. It's probably a true story. Bill, too many young folks in your generation that are weak. It's not my generation. It's people younger than me. People younger than me. It's that Gen Z that's really gonna screw things up. I don't know. I don't really think it's a generational thing, honestly, because I see a lot of people who say a bunch of stupid stuff. People way older than me that believe J6 was a terrorist attack. People that think the plague is really going to kill grandma, and that wearing a compliance cloth is going to make a difference somehow. From old people to young people. I don't think it's a generational thing. I think it's a smart versus dumb thing. The brainwashed versus the free thinkers. See, Bravo, you cracked me up. I can't say half those words you just wrote, but you're on it. No mandates. Gen Z is always offended. That's because they're taught that their feelings matter. I can't tell you how many videos I see of like a kid sitting in a cart or a car seat or somewhere at the dinner table, and the parents like, hey, you need to do this, and the kid like slaps them in the face, and they're like, I hate you, blah blah. My mom would knock my teeth out. I wouldn't have no teeth right now if I was talking like that. Like, my grandma would have broke my neck and made a new one of me. Like, no way would that have been flying when I was a kid. And they let it happen. Those parents that are not disciplining their kids, those are the kids that grow up to be Antifa. Those are the kids that grow up to be like, my feelings matter. No, they don't. You get punched in the face. You ain't getting unpunched in the face. That's all there is. You cry about that. Feelings don't matter. When I was younger, nobody cared about that. They're like, oh, you feel bad? Well, you better toughen up. That's all there is to it. It's not like, oh, you feel bad, everybody stop what you're doing. Poor Jeff here and his feelings. Oh, no. It wasn't like that. It was like kick sand in your face and be like, there you go, cry about that. Now stand up and stop being a little sissy. I don't know. Mark brainwashed like MK Ultra? Something. That's why I think they use the internet for, is they're MK Ultraing everyone. It's just a big brainwashing scheme. SoCal, stupid kids come from stupid parents. Yeah, that's true. That's a true story. Paul, I learned what a bar of soap tastes like. Yeah. Everybody got disciplined in their own way, but I think it was pretty clear you didn't talk back. You sure as hell didn't tell them you hated them. I can't say how many times I was told, it was like, I put clothes on your back, I put food in your mouth, I put a roof over your head, I will take you out of this world. I put you here, I will take you out. Nowadays, you see parents folding in the aisle at Walmart. Little Timmy's over there throwing a temper tantrum, just clearing the aisle, just wiping the toys off the aisle, screaming cuss words and stuff. Mom's like, okay, all right, you can go ahead. I'll buy it for you. Timmy's like, no, I want 3 of them now. Mom's like, all right, put them in the cart. Ma'am, you need me to beat your kid for you? Straighten him right out. Change his life. Put him in a new direction. Genius by birth. I mouthed off to my mom once and only once. Man, oh man, was that a mistake. Yeah. Yep. And everybody goes through it. Everybody goes through it. Well, until now. Now parents are just folding left and right. I don't know. Rasta, my dad slapped me today because I shushed him. What happened to respecting your elders? I think that's what it really comes down to, is that's not preached enough. And I don't know. I feel like the perspective was rough on it, because I remember being younger and having people say it to me, you respect your elders. And I remember being like, respect is earned, blah, blah. I'm not respecting you because you're older. And then you get punched in the face. You go ahead and try and punch them back. They're a lot bigger than you are. That's why you respect your elders. Like, now I got that mentality like, yo, if you can't fight me, don't be talking to me like you want to fight me, because I will punch you right in the face. That is all there is to it. Thank you so much, Morris, for continuing the membership program for 17 months. You're officially a hooligan. I appreciate you. Getting punched in the face is so final. Yeah, it's true. It's a true story. And it doesn't have to be a literal punch in the face, but not disciplining kids, that's how we ended up with Antifa. Antifa's over there burning buildings down and stuff, but then when they're face to face with the cops, they're like, but my feelings, you categorize me as a moose and really I'm a unicorn. My feelings. What are you talking about, you 20-year-old drug addict? Stupid. No mandates. If I spoke to my mom how the kids do now, I may not have seen my 16th birthday. I'm saying. HG, my brother's got the belt. I used to get beat with a yardstick. And you try and go hide under the bed, and then they jam the yardstick up under the bed. Tell you what, you didn't do that again. You only need that treatment one time. No mandates. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Mike Tyson, truest quote ever. Yeah, it's a true story. That is a true story. That before despair. My mom broke so many wooden spoons over my ass. Yep. It don't always have to be an act of violence, but discipline is necessary, because when people don't discipline their kids, they act like they're the best parent in the world. Just give them whatever they want when they cry. And then they grow up, and then the world has to discipline them. Then they go to jail, or they don't live very long on their own. They do something stupid, and life catches up to them. And then the parents are like, oh my God, he was such a great person. He died too soon. No, you didn't raise him right. That's the problem. I mean, I understand accidents happen, but if they get killed in gun violence or they go to prison the rest of their life at 20 years old, hey, guess what? You probably weren't raising them right. I mean, there's, good people, bad people, but I don't know how many times on the live we've seen that. See somebody kick the bucket because they were gang related or they were doing something they shouldn't have been, and then the parents are out here like, he was such a good person before he was shot and killed, blah, blah. What do you mean? He was delivering meth. Wasn't a good person. You ain't gonna lie to us just because you didn't raise him right. Come on, man. Bonnie, do you think the internet is true about 8 billion people being on the planet? I don't know. I don't know about that. I only believe what I see. Pretty much whatever I can see on the live, anything I see in real life, that's all I can believe, because the internet stuff is fake. That stuff is fake. Even reading articles and stuff, they're like, oh, we took a poll or we collected data. No, you didn't. You just making up numbers. That's why you see the White House. They're always like, we got this graph. Oh yeah? What's on the graph? Numbers? Where'd you get the numbers? Oh, we collected it. Oh, did you now? Because I ain't never seen you guys out there collecting shit. You just out here spreading lies. So at this point, it's like, I really don't believe anything that I can't see. And it's like that between countries too. But when was the last time you heard anything about Canada or Mexico that you seen the aftermath or the result of a decision made? You never see that stuff. That's because we live in America. So they tell us what they want us to know about countries that are right next door to us. So then you're like, well, what goes on in Russia? What goes on in China? Who really knows? Unless you live there, you don't know. You don't know. You only know what the internet or the media tells you, because our internet's not connected. Like what we have here on our internet is not the same internet that China has. It's not the same internet that South Korea has. Our internets are segregated just like our countries are segregated. We only know what they want us to know. So they could be just telling us there's 8 billion people on the planet. They might tell China there's only 40,000 people on the planet. So I mean, who really knows? It's a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, Gidget. I can't say that stuff out loud. It's against the YouTube guidelines, but yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, I think us living through the plague for the last 2 years is the best example about how collected data for manipulating the people that's what it is. It's a tool. It's not actual proof of anything. It's just a tool. Sassafras had a granny 5'2" and she whipped everyone that got out of line, even grown-ups. She was a tough little woman. Everyone behaved around her. Yeah, it's a true story. I know I said something about spanking kids the other day, and people got all bent out of shape. They act like I was talking about kids in cages or like beating your kid till they're unconscious and stuff, which is not at all what I was talking about. But you'll notice parents that spank their kids act right. Even when they're adults, they act right. They'll be in their 30s and 40s and they don't swear around mom. They're not cussing, they're not raising their voice, none of that. They got their mom by 200 pounds and they still ain't testing her. So I don't know. People are like, oh, you shouldn't spank your kids. If you were spanked, you're traumatized and blah, blah, blah. Guess what? I bet you act right. You can think what you want to think, but your actions are what matter. And if you act right, mission accomplished. Grab base. As it relates to kids these days, do not negotiate with terrorists. That's what I'm saying. Your kid talks back, it's sign language time. I talk, you do. That's what raising kids is like. Andrew, you're a tool. I might be, I don't know. Yeah, real assistant. Exactly. If you don't teach your kids, the world will. And they're not going to be nice about it. Not at all. Super sketchy. Spare the rod, spoil the child. It's in the Bible. Yeah. Within reason. Everything's within reason. Yeah, WM. I got spanked and pinched. It's a true story. I'm saying. And it doesn't, like, I'm not condoning hitting your kids, but it's the discipline part. It is the discipline part. If you don't discipline your kids, they are not going to act right. And the last thing the world needs is more shitty people. Morning, Chrissy. Happy freedom. You think Jen Balsecki would be wearing green or blue today? Yeah, that's kind of what's going on. Well, a lot of people are saying red and green. I think she's gonna be wearing blue though. That's what my gut's telling me. Forrest. They want kids transgendered and addicted to phones. It's a true story. It's a true story. I remember when I was younger, they were bitching about kids being raised by TVs. And they don't really talk about that anymore, and now kids are being raised by cell phones. And growing up on TikTok and stuff. It's not good. It's what the government wants, though. If your face is in a phone, you're not going to stand against the government. You're docile. Yeah, I don't know if Jen Balsecki is going to get on stage or not. 58 minutes late. Hydrodynamic. What's up, Starfish Killer? Nah, this ain't live. We're just staring at a picture at this point. I don't know if Jen Balsecki is going to hop on stage or not. Genius by birth. My dad always sat down and talked to us after he disciplined us. Yeah, I mean, it's the best way to do it, in my opinion, because then you know why you got your ass kicked. You ain't getting your ass kicked because they hate you. It's because they love you. They care so much that they got to straighten you out and let you know why they straightened you out. The next time you go to step out of line, you're like, you know what? Really ain't feeling like getting my ass kicked today. I better make the right decision. Next thing you know, you're 40 years old and you're still making right decisions. That's how it goes. Edward, I'm not going to say that out loud, but yeah. That's probably what she's doing. She's probably washing her face off right now. Proud ankle. My son told me that life is screwing him. I told him he hasn't even felt the tip of life yet. A true story. It's a true story. I don't know. I know, like, and I don't know how old your kid is, but I say this all the time. Being 15 is hard. I feel like the worst part of my life is when I was 15. Like, going to jail sucked. Dealing with court stuff sucked. There's a lot of stuff that really sucked when I was young, but being 15 sucked. It just feels like everyone's against you. You're not in control of your own life. You ain't got no money. You're not even old enough to get a job unless you get a job under the table. If you get a job under the table, unless you're doing something bad, probably ain't making enough money to make a difference. Being 15 sucks. That's all I know. But you grow up and you realize, like, nah, it wasn't that bad. Happy Freedom Sherry. WMM, what could cause her to be so late? Ah, they do whatever they want at the White House. I don't know, we're missing the convoy to stare at a blank screen. Jen Balsecki, you suck. I'm gonna let it sit for a second before I go and change all the titles back and stuff. Keeping an eye out for Jembal Seki, but there's no reason to stare at that still image while there's other stuff to look at.
Oh, you know the thing.
Oh, that's Joe Biden's spot. I got you. I keep seeing the sign for the bank. I just wanted to make sure that it was the Joe Biden spot, not something else.
I mean,
Oh, my bad, Stacy. I was just dealing with Excel stuff yesterday. Oh, the buffering. We just got here. Come on with the buffering. Jersey Devil, an hour late? She's worthless. That's right. You send her home. She can't even show up to work on time.
Breakfast this morning, it was great. That's why I love it. It's like, what, $5.99?
Gidgey, she's probably getting rapid fire questions from staff. Such a liar. She's probably getting rapid fire. I don't know if it's questions, though. She's doing something.
Killer.
FL, what is CSC? Criminal sexual conduct.
This pack. I'm gonna start charging for you guys when you.
Alright, we might have to switch to something else. The buffering is bad.
Anyway, we're gonna start charging. If you were gonna ask for ripped to 30.
Anthony, tooth out, bloody gauze in my mouth. I feel like a true hooligan. Definitely out here showing your hooligan pride.
Are they good? Are they good, right?
Oh. Shoot a CD.
Good news, Mike. Good, Mike. And now posted that pamphlet online. Lane 2, right lane. Lane 2. You again go again with the good news. There was people pressing going on.
Edward, you're obsessed. You need an intervention. This is a safe place. I don't know what you're referencing. What's up, baby steps? Happy freedom.
Our pamphlet's on. There's my sign.
I don't know if Jembal Seki is gonna hop on stage or not.
Across from that American flag, one nation under God. I ordered it. I got 2 of them at home.
What's up, Larry? Happy freedom. Sam Balzaki's taking her time getting ready for the dunkling Peter's going to deliver. Probably. I'm actually going to check on like Yahoo Finance and stuff like that, because they actually keep the cameras on even when no one's on stage. So I want to see if Peter's even there. Oh, Edward with the convoy. Yep. I guess. Like having freedom on the screen. Baby Steps, do you think Jembal Seki's gonna be in all black? She might be, if she ever gets on stage.
Come on, Grey Wolf. Okay, I'm gonna take my crib. We're gonna head out. Fly on. Have a safe trip. Thank you for saying everything for us, and we'll catch you on the flip side, brother. Roger. Okay, so catch you.
Roger, Rockets.
This is Grey Wolf. I'll be breaking away and heading that away. Copy that, Grey Wolf. Copy that. Heading that way. Where's he going? We want to make sure we get the people in the motorhome and the coachman. They don't have a radio, so I don't know if they have the message. Gonna give it a minute.
Fox News sent the pamphlet and they're either promoting it or something.
Oh, yeah. I probably helicopter. Probably a Fox News Network. Or maybe not.
Convoy lane 2. Convoy lane 2. Brake truck. Clear behind her there. I'm coming up past the campers now. Convoy lane 2, brake check.
There's a bunch of Senate stuff going on right now. I think they're wrapping up the whole nominee, whatever. Maybe that's what's holding Jim Balsacki back.
This is Oreo.
I heard you passed all that back there to the people out in the four-wheelers and stuff.
Hold on a minute there. Okay, we're gonna break in now. Break.
Good.
3 Wolf, I'm gonna jump back in, and when I see your rig go in lane 1, I'll jump back out, alright?
So the National Desk has the press briefing room on right now, and there's like nobody there. I mean, there's 2 people in the seats from what I can see, but they're definitely not shoulder to shoulder full room right now. I don't see Peter. I'm thinking it's the stuff going on with the Senate. It's holding everyone back. They're waiting for all that to wrap up and everybody to dry their lips from all the ass kissing and stuff.
Stay off the brakes. Hey man, you absolutely deserve to be there. The only thing that might not deserve to be there is Betsy, because she's a beast. She's flipping this little paw right now, brother. Yeah, that little dog is real friendly, except for when you
Call Revere, do you copy?
That's there.
I'm trying to find you in this line. Where you at?
Yeah, Forrest, the pedo protector nominee. Exactly. Tam, I'm not sure exactly what the plan is when they get to California. I don't think they have it posted on the peoplesconvoy.org website yet. Jersey Devil Oreos chat's always crazy fast, can't even read it. Yeah, you can't control that stuff from the phone. You need a second phone or a laptop or something. They need to really improve that stuff. They have improved it a little bit recently, but when you're live, like on a phone, you can't slow the chat down. I don't even think you can ban people. Your ability is really limited while you're live. Like, I noticed that when I was live on the King Hooligan channel, it didn't save any of the live chat, but I don't have an option to save it or not save it. There is, when you're live, like on a desktop, you can choose to actually document the live chat or to not have it saved. That way, when it's not live and you're watching the replay, either the live chat will be there or it won't. You can't participate in it. You used to be able to, which made no sense, but they fixed that. But when you're live from your phone, you can't control that stuff. Hydrodynamics got to be an issue with their meat suit. Something. Enterprise. They're busy finding more ways to drain people of their lives. Yep. That's all they do.
Because I got now a bunch of cars in front of me, and I don't know.
If you can get up past these cars, do it, because you're supposed to be in front of them, but they just keep passing.
Stand forward. Going up front with us, there, Hooligan.
Proud ankle. They're in Balsacki's office licking flies off the windows. That's their favorite pastime. Literally, sweetheart, I twerked one time in my kitchen last week and busted a blood vessel in my eye. PSA, twerking is dangerous. Gotta be twerking for freedom.
The only one that covers it is Fox. You said that pamphlet's on Fox News? I didn't say nothing about the pamphlets, though. Yeah, that's from
Enterprise, no, I did not see that. Genius by birth. Maybe the truckers can help transport the illegal border crossers to DC. Steps for Governor Abbott. Maybe. They might volunteer for that. Enterprise, yeah, it's just really limited when you're on your phone. Well, I mean, you can control it if you're live from YouTube only, but if you're live from a third-party app to multi-stream to multiple platforms, that's when you lose your ability. If you're live from your phone for just YouTube, you could probably still ban people, but I still don't think you can control the speed of your chat because it's on a separate screen. Like when I do it on the computer, all I got to do is open a second screen and go to edit the video while it's still live streaming and make those changes. But there's not a way to do it on your phone yet. Jim Balsecki's still not live. She's an hour and 13 minutes past time to be on stage.
I couldn't be more happy right now.
Hydrodynamic, anyone got a vehicle count? This looks a lot more cars than usual. Not that I heard. I didn't hear anybody say how many participants there are in the convoy today. Rasta, my wife put me on punishment, no chats except yours because I went off. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Some people's chats are out of control.
Order on the right, just after the off-ramp.
Morris, Abbott has 900 buses ready. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how DC likes it, having a bunch of people who cross the border illegally. A bunch of non-Americans over in DC. Dove, you talking about the live on the King Hooligan channel? I appreciate you checking it out. Thank you so much, Cornish, for resubscribing on Twitch for 6 months. You're officially a hooligan. I appreciate you.
I think they all got their hall pass, but I'll double check.
Thank you so much, Northern Pike, for the $1 donation on Rumble. I appreciate you.
Squirrel was on a mission.
Bacavez, I got the leather belt. There was a couple times I got the belt. Most of the time when I got the belt, I got the part of the belt with the buckle on it. After you get your face split open so many times, they stop doing that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not condoning beating your kids. There is a limitation. It's about the discipline, not the violence. Well, I'm seeing more reporters sitting in the seats at the White House. Well, you know, in the press room, wherever that may be. So hopefully Jim Balsaki's planning on making an appearance here shortly.
You got a new hat. Convoys in lane 2. We have a black Toyota here in front of between the...
Chris, Pokemon shaking up the Cracker Jack box. They want repacking for Cracker Jill. Stupid. They're just finding things to cry about. I always think it's weird when I see the Land O'Lakes butter now and it don't have the, you know, the person on it. So dumb. What a dumb thing to cry about. Proud ankle, they should put Corinne at the border with a bullhorn. Immigration solved. She would get stuff done. Yep.
Alright, so I don't need to go scout.
No, we could use you here for sure. Thank you. Yeah, just talk to Kim the Cutter. He's visiting his sister in the area, and he's going to run those roads right now. Paul Revere's going to...
Yeah, I appreciate you, Ghost. Yeah, it was a interesting interaction. Hopefully that guy feels better now. I mean, at least got that weight off his chest. Here's why being on time is white supremacy. Didn't you hear? It's all that white rage. That must be what the Pentagon's always talking about. Morris, the wire coat hanger is the worst. Yeah. Yeah. There's no reloading when it comes to the wire hanger. That's for sure. Face of freedom? I didn't know that was a thing. I missed out. Totally missed out. Now I can't do that. I wish you had told me before they changed the box. Judge just confirmed 5347. Yeah, that's why I think Jen Balsaki's not on stage yet. It's because of that. Because they're too busy patting each other on the back. Thanks for sharing, Face of Freedom.
Lane 2, Convoy, don't trip. Lane 2. Lane 2, Convoy. Everything's gonna be fine. Come on.
Chrissy, I think you just missed it. But I appreciate you stopping in.
Yeah, everything's gonna be fine. Let's gas load in there, right? Everything's gonna be fine.
Happy Freedom, Jess. Thanks for stopping in.
Well, I passed up like the older by. This is the school bus, but he's a weird one. Hey, fellas and ladies, I just want to say I've been putting in a lot of work since the very beginning of Telegram, and it's finally it's an honor to finally ride with you fellas and handling this, even if it is an old yellow international. I'm honored to be with you guys. Support from the motorcycle. Hey, we're glad to have you.
Hearing weird banging and stuff outside my apartment. Hooligan Klaus over here just sleeping and snoring. Like, they ain't gonna protect me from nothing. Supposed to be fighting communism, not taking a nap. You be careful out there, Hydrodynamic. Lori, I have a CDL. I will drive for free to haul the aliens to DC. Saying, it's for a good cause. Dennis, you think she'll be wearing baby blue? Jeffro, you think she'll be wearing red, white, and blue? Oh, I doubt to see Jen Balsecki in red, white, and blue. Sheep killer cat sleeping on the job. I'm saying he's gonna wake up. He's like, dang it! Now who's gonna feed me?
That's absolutely what was parked in every hospital parking lot during, the peak of COVID, which was a long time ago. Which is why they ought to go ahead and get rid of that emergency declaration related to COVID-19. So it looked like Santa Paul's thing. That's what I thought. I was like, who uses those anymore? Pressure balls, they use them in the mine in Christian George. Giant rock somewhere. It makes more sense than Santa Paul's, I reckon. What's up, Jerry?
Paul, sleeping is better than destroying things. You are right. You are right. I keep looking around to see what he's getting into, but he's still sleeping. Edward, so the governor of Texas, I don't know what I'm talking about today. My mouth is all messed up. That's what she said. So the governor of Texas is now shipping all illegals by bus to DC starting yesterday. So have they made trips yet? Because everybody's talking about it, but I haven't actually heard if they've made trips. And if they do make trips, where are they dropping them off at? Like at the White House? That's what they should do. Now here you go. Welcome to your new home. It's the White House. I'm on the buffering.
Saw the truck yesterday. I'll have to show you guys later when we jump out. Between the racetrack and the border, yeah. I think actually some of the most egregious, yeah.
Trail Dove with a K. I mean, you got it, but it's with a K, not OC. looks like more reporters are showing up in the press room. Still not a full house yet, and I still don't see Peter. He usually walks in right before Jen Balsecki goes on stage, though. So we'll see how it goes. Haywood, you didn't miss it. She's just late. She's an hour and 28 minutes late. So don't worry. You're not too late to see what Jen Balsecki has on today. I think she's just gonna come out in a meat suit like Lady Gaga if she ever gets on stage. Haywood, damn it. Yeah. It's all right. We'll get through this together. Fuck yeah! Short fuse. Heard the mayor of DC, Bowser, tested positive. I bet they're all glad they got that jabby jab.
Okay.
Hilarious. She's licking doorknobs trying to flare up of the plague to avoid the press conference. I think so. She's trying to figure out a way to get out of it. Hey, thank you so much, Bonnie, for the $21 donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for all the support. Lisa, I don't know where WYSIWYG is. He's out here exploring, showing us all the cool stuff. You got it, Ink Scars? Just for you, bud. Bonnie, do you believe in mythology? What do you mean by that? Like, what kind of mythology? Happy friend, Mr. Coffee. Thanks for being here. What's up, Little Ripper? Welcome to the live. Oh, he's getting the buffering. Weird, the National Desk just ended their live. I wonder why.
Right? It's just one of those weird little, like, stops along the way of
They ended their life and started a new one with the Department of Health and Human Services.
We'll go in and first. You only live once. And I've got two of these. Hopefully they don't take them both. What?
Oh, we're getting started here.
Well, it's Boland's Continental.
The school's doing the Pledge of Allegiance right now next to me. It plays through the loudspeakers outside the building. What's up, Carol? And welcome to the live. Yeah, Sam, there's Peter. See, that's what I was saying. Right before Jim Balsacki gets on stage, that's when Peter shows up. Ink Scars, Mac and Klaus Kitchen Hooligans is on next. Not today. Not today, but it will be. That will be a thing very soon. Has lots of potential. Thank you so much, Jules, for continuing the membership program for 6 months. You're officially a hooligan. I appreciate you. MD, you caught me off guard with that one. That one got me. It got me. Grab bass. Peter was wearing it out. He got back. He's like, she ain't on yet, is she? They're like, you smell like Jim Balsacki. It's like, you mind your business. It's rough stuff. It's rough stuff. Hey, thanks for being here, Crystal Blue. Yo, someone did say pink in the chat, but I swear it was only like one person.
Obviously, this is a tremendously historic day in the White House and in the country, and this is a fulfillment of a promise the president made to the country. His time on the Judiciary Committee was defining for him and gave him historically exceptional preparation for what we would consider a smooth process characterized by heavy engagement with both parties in the Senate during both the advice and consent phases.
Definitely Ink Scars. You know it smells bad.
Justice Breyer, as Republicans and Democrats called for, and after thorough consideration, as you know, chose Judge Jackson. The president's outreach, Justice Jackson, I guess we can now call her. The president's outreach continued at this stage, calling senators in both parties early about his choice. Out of the gate, he proved he had chosen someone in the tradition by immediately getting endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police and Judge Thomas Griffith, followed by a procession of leading conservative legal minds and additional law enforcement organizations. As we've talked about in here a bit, she began her prep work immediately, starting the day after she was announced, and promised to meet with anyone who wanted to and honored it. it, meeting with 97 senators over the course of her consultations. She further displayed her work ethic, extraordinary credentials, and character when she testified for over 20 hours and answered the most QFRs of any SCOTUS nominee ever. We also functioned seamlessly with the Judiciary Committee and leadership, and we were conscientious about being a good resource to Republicans. Senator Jones and the additional staff brought on during the process made invaluable contributions essential to success. Also wanted to highlight that on UI data that was released today, as you can see in here, the comparison between January of 2021 and March now that we are in of 2022. Over the last 4 weeks, fewer Americans filed initial claims for unemployment insurance than any time in recorded history. Since President Biden took office, our economy has added 7.9 million jobs. That's more jobs created on average per month than any other president in history. And last month, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.7% when the president took office about 15 months ago. This historic job growth is a direct result of the American Rescue Plan, which funded our vaccination strategy, reopened schools, and helped grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Last item for you before we get to your questions. Across the country, as we've talked about a bit in here, Republican elected officials are engaging in a disturbing, cynical trend of attacking vulnerable transgender kids for purely partisan political reasons. Today in Alabama, instead of focusing on critical kitchen table issues like the economy, COVID, or addressing the country's mental health crisis, Republican lawmakers are currently debating legislation that, among many things, would target trans youth with tactics that threatens to put pediatricians in prison if they provide medically necessary life-saving health care for the kids they serve. Just like the extreme government overreach we've seen in Texas, where politicians have sent state officials into the homes of loving parents to investigate them for abuse just to harass and intimidate the LGBTQI plus community, today's vote in Alabama will only serve to harm kids. But Alabama's lawmakers and other legislators who are contemplating these discriminatory bills have been put on notice by the Department of Justice and the Department of Health and Human Services that laws and policies preventing care that healthcare professionals recommend for transgender minors may violate the Constitution and federal law. To be clear, every major medical association agrees that gender-affirming healthcare for transgender kids is a best practice and potentially life-saving. All of this begs an important question. What are these policies actually trying to solve for? LGBTQI plus people can't be erased or forced back into any closets, and kids across our nation should be allowed to be who they are, without the threat that their parents or their doctor could be imprisoned simply for helping them and loving them. President Biden has committed in both words and actions to fight for all Americans and will not hesitate to hold these states accountable. I would also note, since I've had a rotation of fabulous colleagues in here today we have Vedant Patel here. You may all know him. Any of you who work on immigration and climate issues know him very well. I often joke with him that we gave him the easy assignments. We did not. It's just because he's super talented. Vedant, I'll say about him, he's a beautiful writer. He's a fast writer. I don't know if that means he could be a wire reporter. I think he has a very promising career in government ahead of him, but just wanted to highlight Vedant and his amazing contributions and everything he does to help me, help all of us, help the president every day. With that.
She said force them back into the closets. She's so stupid.
Very clear that his country needs more weapons and needs them fast. I'm wondering if it's time for the U.S. and other allies to not just provide defensive weaponry, but actually provide offensive weaponry.
Well, let me give you a sense of where we are. As of now, we have committed to providing $1.7 billion of weapons, of security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of this conflict, more than $2 billion since the president took office. There are transfers of systems nearly every single day. I would note we just announced 2 days ago $100 million in javelins, which are a critical weapon that the Ukrainians have been using effectively to fight the Russians, push back the Russians, and defend their country. I would also note that as it relates to the type of systems and material we are providing, for every Russian tank in Ukraine, the United States will have or has provided 10 anti-tank systems. If you factor in contributions from allies, we're almost at 90-1. That means one tank, Russian tank, 10 anti-tank systems to fight them back. For every Russian armored vehicle in Ukraine, the United States will have provided about 3 anti-armor systems. If you factor in contributions from allies, it's about 25-1. The way this works, and the last thing I'll say, and get to your next question, the way that it works is that the Ukrainian leaders request a range of assistance. They often provide us lists. We go through that list. We determine what we can provide. We provide a vast, vast majority of what they're requesting. If we don't have access to it, sometimes it's Russian-made military equipment. We work with our allies and partners to see what they can provide. And our focus, as Department of Defense officials have conveyed on the Hill when they've testified this week, has been providing what they are trained on and what we know is effective in fighting this war. And we've already seen to date that the use of this security assistance has been central and essential in effectively fighting the war as they have done. Go ahead, Mara.
Are you saying that that's sufficient, that you feel that you've given them enough? I mean, what do you mean by those metrics?
Well, I provided them because I think it's interesting or compelling to understand, right, the range and the significance of and the totality of the type of assistance we've provided. We have not stopped, nor are we stopping providing additional security assistance. We have announcements nearly every couple of days. I just think that, to me, was interesting and compelling to better understand the significance and the broad scope of the assistance we've provided.
But you're saying there'll be no let-up in your efforts to
No,
provide them with
I don't think I
more.
conveyed that in
Okay.
any way. Yep, go ahead.
Just to kind of follow up on that, the Secretary of State yesterday on the Russian language Telegram channel said, quote, "We're looking at other systems, some of them larger, more sophisticated, that may be useful going forward." Is he talking about the systems that allies might have that we're trying to backfill? Or what was, for clarity's perspective, was he trying to say there?
Well, partly, yes, because there are systems, of course, we have access to. We have the best military in the world. We have a range of systems we have access to that we have been providing. We will continue to provide. There are certain systems, as you've noted, the S-300 is one of them, of course, where they have requested. We continue to work with allies and partners on what systems and equipment they have access to and they would have the capacity to provide. Sometimes that means backfilling systems. And there is also systems and weapon systems that they may request that we may not talk about because for operational reasons and their own process, it wouldn't be to their benefit to do that.
So he's potentially talking about U.S. systems that we just aren't necessarily aware of at this point?
He's talking about, we're not going to detail always every type of system or every type of weapon we're going to work with allies to provide. We have detailed it quite extensively from here, but we're not going to detail everything. We haven't over the course of time for operational purposes. But what he was conveying is that we'll continue to work with our partners and allies in meeting the needs and the requests that the Ukrainians have put forward.
And then Germany's Foreign Intelligence Service briefed the parliamentary committee over there that it had intercepted radio communications of Russian soldiers talking about killing civilians. Is the U.S. either aware of that intelligence or does it have any intercepts of its own that show something similar?
I have seen the reports, but I don't have anything more on those reports or the intelligence. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, I guess the president obviously tested negative today, and according to CDC guidelines.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And Speaker Pelosi was not considered a close contact, but it seems like a very close call. I know you've said that he had a second booster and that he's following CDC guidelines, but given the importance of his role and his age, is the White House considering any stricter measures to keep him safe? More mask wearing, fewer big venue events, more outdoor events?
Well, when you say it's a close call, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Close call in the sense that they were in 2 events at the White House together within 2 days. She tested positive.
Sure, okay. Well, for clarity purposes, the way a close contact is defined, it's not arbitrary, it's not something made up by the White House. It's CDC guidelines, and how they define it is being within 6 feet for a cumulative total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. That they were not. All of their interactions were publicly available. I think you saw them. And that's how that assessment is made. In terms of additional testing or anything along those lines, those assessments would be made by the president's doctor. He was tested last evening and tested negative. We have incredibly stringent protocols here at the White House that we keep in place to keep the president safe, to keep everybody safe. Those go over and above CDC guidelines, and that includes ensuring that anyone who is going to be around the president is tested. Every member of the staff is on a regular testing protocol. If you're going to see him in person, whether you're traveling with him or you're meeting in the Oval Office, you will be tested. We try to do socially distanced meetings when necessary. For those employees who test positive, they are required to isolate, of course, in alignment with CDC guidance, must test negative before returning to work. That is also a step that goes over and above. But we are going to continue to follow the protocols. And I would remind you and reiterate that we also put out a plan just a month ago that made clear that, well, COVID-19 will continue to be with us, and we will see cases rise and fall, as we are seeing them rise now, to be expected given the transmissibility of BA2. We now have steps to go back to many of our normal routines in alignment with what the CDC continues to recommend.
Given the fact that there has been this uptick among people who have been following CDC guidelines, are there plans to revisit those guidelines or edit them in some way, given the uptick?
That would be up to the CDC. But again, I think when they put out these guidelines, they made clear that it was about looking at data on hospitalizations and even deaths. And what we have a plan to address, and I would note, I have it with me because we really like COVID props this week, right here. We have copies for anyone who would like a copy. And this is a 100-page preparedness plan that we put out that it meant to protect against and treat COVID, prepare for new variants, prevent shutdowns, vaccinate the world. We expected there to be ups and downs and increases. And with a variant that's as transmissible as BA2, that's what we're seeing at this point in time in the White House, among the press corps, among the general public. And the most important message we're sending to the public is that we have steps in place that we can take to continue to address it. And even as we're continuing to fight COVID, we can, for the most part, return to our normal routines.
And quickly on another topic,
yeah.
Congress voted to remove most favored nation trade status for Russia and Belarus and ban oil imports. Does President Biden
100 to
plan
0.
Exactly.
Right? Yes. Yes, this is something the president supports, had called for, and certainly plans to sign it.
Back on COVID, you just said that anyone who's around the president is tested. Does that apply just to executive office employees, or is that true also of any members of Congress or invited guests who are here at the
There
White
are
House?
individuals who have a meeting with the president. That's what I was referring to, our own protocols. Now, if you're at an event, obviously there are assessments made on a case by case, but if somebody is going to be in close proximity, standing next to him, sitting next to him on a stage, that would be obviously different than a broad group of attendees.
And given sort of the uptick in cases that we've seen here at the White House, on the Hill, there seems to be cases going around within the political world here in Washington, and the fact that sometimes you do go beyond the CDC recommended guidelines, is there any plan just to test the president daily for the next few days or week or so?
That would be a decision made by his doctor, but that is not deemed to be necessary at this point.
And on another topic, a service agent from the First Lady's detail was placed on administrative leave after they associated with and were provided gifts from two men who were pretending to be Homeland Security investigations agents. Is the First Lady aware of this? The President aware of this? How concerned are they?
I don't have any comment from here. I'd point you to the Secret Service and others investigating.
So do you have any further guidance on what these two men were after or who they may have been working with?
It's being investigated, and I would point you to the proper agencies for any further comment. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Back on COVID, it's pretty clear that vaccines and boosters are not going to prevent you from getting COVID. But we know from science that masking does. Given you yourself saying, how transmissible BA2 is, are there any conversations happening here on campus at the White House to reinstate a mask mandate?
We would continue to follow CDC guidance. That's not what they're recommending, given we are in a yellow zone at this point in time. There are individuals who are masked because they are close contact, and that is part of our protocols. They have had a close contact, and that's part of our protocols. And individuals who may decide to mask because they have health issues in their family, personally, and that's something we also certainly support. But we would always abide by CDC guidance and go beyond it if necessary.
Given what you've said about the plan in place and about living with COVID, is the end goal not to stop the spread anymore? Is it just to stop severe cases?
Well,
or
again,
are you still trying to stop the spread?
Of course, we're trying to stop the spread, and we have the means to address that. We're also, though, I would point you to the 100-page plan we put out just a month ago, where it made clear that we will continue to see COVID COVID will continue to be with us. We will see cases rise and fall. We now know how to protect ourselves from hospitalization and death, which is hugely important. We know how much of getting vaccinated, getting boosted can protect you. And we know here in the White House, of course, 99% of people are vaccinated. Many, many people are boosted. And so we have policies that also go even beyond. What is most important right now, as we're looking broadly to the country, is the fact that we are very concerned about the failure of Congress to continue to fund our COVID response, the fact that we have needed to therefore end our program for the uninsured. We are not going to be able to make purchases of a broad scope of boosters, of Evusheld, which is a treatment for immunocompromised or preventative treatment for immunocompromised, that when we get to the end of June, our testing capacity will be at risk of collapsing. And as we're looking broadly beyond the White House of how we're planning, that is our biggest concern at this point in time.
Just one more on the news of the day.
Sure.
You just talked about how historic today was for Judge Jackson to be confirmed, but no reporters were allowed in the room, no TV cameras were allowed in the room to help record that history. Can you help us understand that decision?
Well, today was meant to be a private moment between the president and Judge Jackson, and we made a decision late in the process that we would have some photographers, some of your colleagues in the news media, in the room to capture it for history. Those photos have been used by networks, including likely your network, over the course of the last hour. But this was meant to be a private moment. Tomorrow, as we've announced, we have an event, a moment in history, where certainly the president will be speaking. We will have a range of guests. It will be an outside event, and we'll be marking it in that way. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. How can you guys say that President Biden was not a close contact with Speaker Pelosi when there is video of the speaker kissing him?
Well, Peter, the way that it is defined is by the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and their definition of it is 15 minutes of contact within a set period of time and within 6 feet. It did not meet that bar. It does not mean that no one will get COVID around the world who does not have a close contact. It just means we are defining for all of you whether the president and their interaction met the definition of the CDC of a close contact.
Half the cabinet was there on Tuesday. At least 2 additional cabinet members, Raimondo and Garland, already have COVID. Is there a threat that this is going to be a national security problem if the cabinet comes to the White House and starts getting infected with COVID?
Well, I don't think, Peter, we can assess where they got COVID or where they acquired COVID or whatever the right way to say that is. I don't know that it was Tuesday. There are other events, obviously, that have happened over the course of the last week as well. They are all boosted. They are all, many of them are able to work from home, as many staff and even reporters are who are vaccinated and boosted. And they all have a talented and experienced team who is stepping into their shoes where needed in the office.
When the last president wanted to host a big event for a Supreme Court nominee here at the White House, some folks got COVID, and then former Vice President Biden called it a super spreader event. So is there any risk that this event tomorrow for a Biden Supreme Court justice is going to be a super spreader event?
Well, one, at that point in time, vaccines weren't available. People were not vaccinated. It certainly puts us in a different space. This event is also going to be outside tomorrow.
And then on a different topic, when Title 42 expires next month, what is the plan for the 18,000 migrants a day that are going to cross? Do you want them to get jobs here? Is there something else that you want these 18,000 a day to be doing?
I don't know where you're basing your specific numbers on, Peter, but what I would tell you...
I've got it right here. Earlier this week, the department gave reporters an estimate that up to 18,000 migrants could be apprehended at the border each day if Title 42 were being lifted.
Up to, and we'll see what happens. And obviously we're taking steps to convey that this is not the time to come. Individuals who come to the border, this is what would happen. CBP and ICE would work together to ensure that anyone who enters the country without authorization is put into immigration proceedings as quickly as possible. CBP has been working with ICE to ensure individuals awaiting processing in the interior of the country would be monitored under the Alternatives to Detention detention program. We know that to date, nearly 80% of non-citizens waiting in the interior under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within their window to report. That is what would happen. In addition, I would note the Department of Homeland Security also put together a preparedness plan to continue addressing irregular migration that involves surging personnel and resources to the border, improving border processing, implementing mitigation measures, and working with other countries in the hemisphere to manage migration. Those are all steps that they're working to do in order to implement when we get to that point in time.
And the last one on this, now that the Texas governor is saying that he's going to start busing border crossers to Washington, D.C., when they get here, are you guys going to help them find a place to stay and something for them to do?
Well, I'm not aware of what authority the governor would be doing that under. I think it's pretty clear this is a publicity stunt. His own office admits that a migrant would need to voluntarily be transported, and then he can't compel them to because, again, enforcement of our country's immigration laws lies with the federal government, not a state.
Washington, D.C.?
Well, listen, I don't know, but I know that the governor of Texas or any state does not have the legal authority to compel anyone to get on a bus. Go ahead.
Jen, is there pressure to avoid saying that President Biden has had a close contact given his position and the demands of his schedule?
No, we announced yesterday the vice president had a close contact, and if there is 15 minutes that he spends with somebody in person within 6 feet and they test positive for COVID, then that would be a close contact.
So given you said doesn't necessarily take 15 minutes to get COVID, right? So it could take less than that. Obviously, he was around Nancy Pelosi and many others. Are you doing anything differently? Is there anything being done differently given that circumstance for the president?
He was tested last night and tested negative, and if his doctor deems he should be tested more frequently, he certainly could do that. But again, the CDC guidelines are in place, and the CDC specifics on what a close contact and how it's defined are in place for a reason, to give everybody clear, data-driven guidance.
It is clear, but it's not always accurate, right? Because it doesn't take 15 minutes to get COVID, and this is more transmissible, this latest variant, than other variants in the past. It doesn't necessarily require that much time. For example, yesterday we were in the state dining room. The president was face-to-face with many individuals right up in their mugs for extended periods of time because he was enjoying this moment, a chance to visit with folks. So for clarity, not everybody in that room was tested in advance of arriving, correct?
Correct.
So some of those people who may have been further back but ultimately had, 5 minutes, we watched for an hour literally, in the room, may not have been with him for 15 minutes but could have been in his face having not been tested for an extended period of time.
Well, again, if individuals are within 6 feet of him for 15 minutes or more, that's considered a close contact. No one in there was. That I'm aware of.
Jackson tested negative before her visit today, I trust.
I don't have any more details on Ketanji Brown Jackson's testing protocols.
Let me ask you about the Secret Service very quickly, if I can. Does the president maintain confidence in the director of the Secret Service, James Murray?
Yes.
Jan?
Go ahead.
Let me just get some clarity. Is it your sense that Judge Jackson will ascend to the bench sooner than the end of the term? Because our understanding was that Justice Breyer was going to retire at the end of the term.
I don't have any updates on that, or any changes to that, no.
I want to give you a chance to respond. Jonathan Swan did an interview with Mitch McConnell this morning in which Swan asked McConnell whether if the Republicans should take the Senate in the midterm elections and another vacancy should occur while this president is still in office, whether a Republican-controlled Senate would hold a hearing on another Biden nominee. He refused to answer that question. Do you have a response to that? What do you think it says about the health of our constitutional system?
Well, I think given it's a day where, with bipartisan support, we are about to have a new member of the Supreme Court, a historic and eminently qualified member of the Supreme Court, and she did get 3 Republicans supporting her. That is a good sign and something we should take a moment to celebrate. Certainly, we don't anticipate or predict. I have no prediction of an additional opening, but we would certainly expect and call for all members of the Senate to operate as professionally as the president and our team did in this case, which is ensuring that there was advice and consent, that our nominee met with 97 senators. That's obviously a great number from the other party. That is how we would conduct ourselves, and we would expect the same in response.
Yeah, CDC aside and distance and et cetera, has the president expressed any surprise or amazement that there's a number of cases around him, and is he asked for people to stay away? What's his kind of human level response to what's going on?
No.
Not at all.
No,
he's completely nonplussed by the fact that a growing number of people around him are getting COVID.
We have anticipated that there would be rising numbers of COVID cases. It is not the numbers in here where it was around Omicron. And I don't know if it was among the press corps. It certainly wasn't among the general public. He knows there are a number of steps and precautions that we put in place and we take to protect him and protect the vice president and other senior members of the team. That includes testing for anybody who goes to see him. That includes social distancing in meetings whenever possible, a step we take, an additional precautionary step we take in order to protect him and protect other senior members of the White House.
Is there any, just a second question, if I
Yeah.
can. Is there any ongoing or near future conversations with China on the Russia situation, or has the U.S. just concluded China's not going to budge on its position, which is to not really get involved and try to push them off?
There will be ongoing conversations with China, I would expect, including our expectation that they abide by sanctions and that they not provide material support to Russia. I don't have anything to predict in terms of which channel it will happen through next, but certainly I would expect there will be ongoing and continued conversations. Go ahead.
Can I ask whether it's a view of the president's position that if he gets COVID, he'll have a mild case because that's a second booster, given his age and given his health profile? Do you expect it not to be a serious case if he were to get it?
Well, I think that is what we see statistically and through as we look at health analysis and data. But obviously, he would be treated by his doctor, and I'm not going to make a prediction of that at this point in time.
Is it fair for us to conclude that the event tomorrow was a factor in it being outside and being tomorrow given outside of training today?
It's supposed to be a beautiful day. That is a big factor.
Is it fair to say public risk was part of the calculus in deciding how to mark this confirmation? Is that part of the reason it's outside?
I would tell you that the biggest factors are actually that, and we would have had events outside earlier in the week too, had the weather allowed. It is that time of year, and certainly we do know that it is better to have events outside when you can have them outside. It is supposed to be a beautiful day. I'm not a weather person, but that is what everything is telling us.
She's not a biologist.
To invite a large number of people, and this would enable us to do that. So those are the biggest factors. But there's no question, Josh, that also is true statistically.
The CDC is actually a little less clear in the link between the two clauses that you're linking. They talk about, was this person less than 6 feet away from someone? Yes, in the President Biden's case. And they say to consider the time spent with someone starting 2 days before. So that includes both the ACA event and yesterday's event. And then separately, they say, have they been in the presence of someone with confirmed or suspected COVID for a cumulative total over 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period. As far as we know, Speaker Pelosi might have left right after the event. That was about 14 minutes yesterday, and they spent about 45 minutes the day before. So it's
she
the White
wasn't.
House position, but she was like 7 feet away. She was, as far as here. So it's the White House position that President Biden, 14 minutes, 7 feet away from Speaker Pelosi is not a close contact, but 15 minutes, 6 feet away would have been a close contact. And I asked by way of saying, was there a discussion of whether to treat him as a close contact anyway?
Well, he is tested regularly, as you know. He was tested yesterday. He will be tested again soon. He's tested typically a couple of times a week. If he were a close contact, the only difference, or I don't even know that it would be a difference, would be a 5-day test 5 days after your contact. So
You have to wear a mask for 10 days in public.
okay, and if he is a close contact, that is what exactly he will do.
And to answer on the broader COVID question, it looks like that bill is stalled now. What are the short-term consequences of not having new funding in place? Is there a risk that you can't proceed with previously announced funding, namely of Pfizer's pill Paxlovid? And when do you think the shipments of the monoclonal antibodies will run out? They were supposed to run out in May, but you've been shipping fewer of them. How long will the cover last on the monoclonals without new money?
I may have to check on that specific component for you, Josh, and I'm happy to do that. I mean, what we do know is that by the end of June, the testing capacity will be at risk. Our testing capacity will be at risk of collapsing, at least from the federal government and what we can provide. We know that we can't buy any additional treatments beyond those that have already been paid for and contracted, of course, including preventative treatments for immunocompromised. Those treatments, as you know, often take 6 months to manufacture, so we'd also be losing out on supply that we intended to purchase for September through January. And of course, the uninsured fund is already closed. But I can certainly check on the next purchase of monoclonals and if we have any ability to purchase that as
What's
planned.
the difference if the bill passes 3 weeks from now versus if it had passed this week?
Well, we would be able to have the funding, hopefully, to reopen some of our uninsured programming. We'd be able to get ahead and plan ahead for purchases of testing to ensure we had testing capacity, to make sure we could place some orders for preventative treatments for the immunocompromised. It just delays the process. And as we know, they're going on a 2-week recess right now.
Hey, Jen. Thanks, I appreciate it. I have a non-COVID question,
Sure.
I swear, but...
You can ask me a COVID question too. Go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I just want to be specific about tomorrow. Are folks who are attending going to be required to take any additional steps, other than it being outside and all that stuff, but, testing by senators, for example, or, distance kept by the president? Is there going to be anything above and beyond just being outside?
Not that I'm aware of, but it being outside is certainly an important component here. Typically, individuals who are going to be in close proximity, like on the stage or something, they would be tested, but there are protocols that are evaluated in a case-by-case as we have events.
And a question on Puerto Rico, non-COVID
Okay.
Explore, right? There's a million people plus without power there. A lot of people criticizing that the federal government has not done enough to fix the grid there
Sure.
after recent hurricanes. I wonder what, is the president ready on this? Are there any actions that the president is planning to do there?
Sure. Let me check. I know we've provided a broad range and a significant amount of financial assistance, but let me check and see what the status is at this point in time.
Can I also ask you about the Amir Locke, the case involving Amir Locke
Sure.
and the officers that are not charged in that case? Is the president ready on that, and is there does he have any thoughts on like the no-knock warrants? I think you addressed this in February a little bit, but I wonder if there's been any action or movement or further conversation about it.
Well, let me give you, so first, like so many across the nation, and obviously this news is a reminder of how we've all mourned the tragic death of Amir Locke, and our thoughts and prayers continue to be with his family. The President is committed, and of course he is aware of, and I would point you to the Department of Justice for any specifics about next legal actions, but the President is committed to ensuring fair, impartial, and effective policing, keeping our communities safe. Those goals go hand in hand, and we can achieve them in part by building trust between the police and communities they serve. So to go to your other questions, in September, the Attorney General issued a new policy imposing restrictions on the use of no-knock warrants, chokeholds, and restraints by federal agents. President Biden also continues to call on Congress to pass comprehensive police reform legislation, but since Republicans refuse to support the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, we are looking at additional steps we can take. We are continuing to look at them on executive action to advance police reform. Obviously, something we put a pause on while that was being negotiated. I don't have an update on the timing of that, but that is something we are continuing to look at to build on, of course, the actions taken by the Department of Justice.
Hi, Jen. You noted that Vice President Kamala Harris is considered a close contact. CDC guidance says to wear a mask. Today, she was presiding over the vote for Ketanji Brown Jackson and didn't wear a mask. I guess does the White House have a response to that? Was that a breach of protocol, or I guess what made it different that she did have to wear a mask at that?
I haven't seen. I'm obviously watched most parts of the vote, but I know that she was alone up kind of on the dais for the vast majority of that. And of course, she has been wearing a mask otherwise. But beyond that, I haven't done any further analysis.
And then one more question, sort of on immigration.
Sure.
There are reports that there's an increased number of Ukrainian refugees heading to that are at the southern border, around 2,000 in Tijuana. I guess I was wondering, what are the administration's plans to kind of address a rise of Ukrainian refugees that might come to the southern border? The State Department hasn't really outlined the specifics on how they want to, address allowing 100,000 Ukrainian refugees to the U.S. So I guess, is there any other preparations that are being made in addition to whatever expected rise of migrants coming to the border once Title 42 ends?
Sure. Well, I would say that we are still working through the policy process that hopefully we'll have more to say on soon about what specific mechanisms Ukrainians can apply who wish to come to the United States, even though we know the vast majority have made clear they would like to stay in neighboring countries, which is why we're providing the most humanitarian assistance of any country in the world to support those efforts that neighboring countries have undertaken to host refugees. There are very good questions I'm sure you have about family reunification, prioritization, and whether there would be prioritization for individuals who fear persecution and things along those lines. Those are all important questions that are being discussed. We are still implementing Title 42 at the border for anyone who comes to the border, and we're working toward implementation of the lifting of Title 42 next month, and we would apply the policy to everybody, but obviously coming from any country, but obviously there would be these programs, and we'd have more details before then for sure that Ukrainians who are eligible would be able to apply for. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions. The first one is budget day in Ottawa today, and up to $8 billion in new money will go to defense purpose, which will bring Canada's defense contribution to approximately 1.5% of the GDP, not yet to the 2%. Does the administration wish Canada would do more considering the actual war in Ukraine?
Well, we applaud that increase, and we applaud Canada's efforts and support for us in standing up against the invasion of Ukraine by President Putin and the Russians, and they are an important partner and continue to be.
And my second question, it goes back to the aid you detailed at the beginning of the briefing to the Russian military, all sorts of
Ukrainian military.
Ukrainian military, of course. Sorry. I just want to verify again. You refer to, there are requests coming to you, and you go through the list, and sometimes you need old Soviet equipment. Are the MiG-29s still in the list, and is the administration considering transferring those Polish plane to Ukraine?
Our policy has not changed, but other countries, of course, could make that determination and decide to do, and we certainly wouldn't stand in the way, but our policy has not changed. Go ahead.
When President Biden continued the pause on student loan payments or repayments, he said that pause will provide continued lifeline as we recover and rebuild from the pandemic. You said today you want to stop the spread of COVID. So my question is, if we're still recovering from the pandemic, why then is Title 42 going to be relifted? Is there a revision or a revisit that you can look at that, and have we just recovered from the border then? What does that mean?
Let me see if I can unpack a few things in there. First, on the announcement about the extension of student loan pause, what I said yesterday is also that what we look at is the impact of the pandemic on the economic recovery. And even though the economy is very strong, look at the UI data from today, look at the jobs data from last Friday, we certainly know that costs are continuing to impact people across the country, including students who have or former students who have student loan payments they need to make. And the president's going to look for every way he can lower costs for the American people, whether that is the family fix that he announced with former President Obama earlier this week, or the announcement about the pause on student loan payments. The decision about Title 42 is a decision made by the CDC, a public health decision. It's not an immigration authority or policy. It's a public health decision. And we respect the authority given to them by Congress to make that determination.
The president said that sanctions were not a deterrent on Russia going into Ukraine. Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is saying that the U.S. would use all its sanction tools should China move towards Taiwan. So is that message a deterrent or not?
Well, we have sanctioned China in the past, as you know, for human rights abuses, and we have sanctioned a range of countries, certainly around the world. I would say sanctions have a range of purposes, including putting consequences in place, and where we are as it relates to the war in Ukraine is also making it much more difficult for President Putin to fund this war, and that is a huge priority to us. I don't have any predictions about future sanctions. I would leave that at the comments of the Treasury Secretary.
Given how intertwined our economies are, could we really do sanctions on China like we are?
That is an assessment that the Department of Treasury would have to make, but I don't have a prediction beyond what the Secretary of Treasury said. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. This week.
Why is she talking so fast?
The COVID funding bill, specifically regarding Title 42. Yesterday you said they decided to move the goalposts and that the White House is questioning whether Republicans are acting in good faith or if they're just playing politics. But Democratic Senators Mark Kelly, Kristen Sinema, Joe Manchin, Maggie Hassan, and John Tester are joining Republicans in this effort. Does the White House have the same criticism we've heard about Republicans? Does that apply to these Democratic senators as well?
Look, regardless of who's standing against this, our larger point here is if we do not have treatments, vaccines, or tests that the American people need, Americans will die from COVID. And whether they support or oppose the administration on immigration or childcare or environmental rules, anybody. And so our point, it's not political. The vast majority of people who are opposing this moving forward are Republicans. That is a fact. But our point here is that there is an urgency to move forward. We can have a range of debates about a range of issues we have disagreements on. That's fine. Immigration, childcare, environmental rules, we welcome that. By the way, the president put forward an immigration bill his first day in office. If Republicans want to work on immigration, come on down to the White House. We're happy to work with you on it. But right now, this is a game of politics, and we need to get this funding. Otherwise, people in the country are going to die. That's our larger point.
And a quick follow-up on Vice President Harris.
Don't be so dramatic, Jen.
Tomorrow during the event, or if there's any reception behind the scenes, will she be required to wear a mask indoors?
She'll follow CDC protocols in any of her events. Go ahead.
The congressional poll report from the confirmation vote today tells us that Senator Rand Paul cast his vote from the GOP cloakroom. He was in casual clothes without a suit jacket or tie, so unable to come onto the floor. The reports, I think, 2 other Republican senators may have done similar. Is that an appropriate way to vote on a historic occasion like this?
I will tell you, I'm not spending a lot of time, nor is the president, thinking about the dress code of Rand Paul today. We're thinking about the historic confirmation of an eminently qualified black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Not really worried about his khakis.
And if I may as well, we've enjoyed your shout-outs to members of your team. I wonder if this means you're now working your notice?
I'm sorry, what?
Whether you're now, is that an American phrase? Whether you're now working your notice?
I think I don't know that it's an American phrase. I love the Britishness and the accent, not to put you on notice of sort. Look, I think it is simply a reflection of my appreciation for the incredible people on my team that I get to work with every day. I've shouted them out in the past before. I've presented them with sashes to wear, all sorts of embarrassing things, and I think working in the White House, just like being a reporter, people all think you have glamorous setups back there. I'm here to confirm that is not the case, but our team works their tails off. There's a lot going on, and it's just simply an effort to recognize that. I have nothing to announce about. Yes.
What is this administration response to Israel for their role as mediator in this Russia-Ukraine crisis? And I have a follow-up question.
Okay. Well, we certainly support the efforts of a range of leaders who are hoping to play a diplomatic role here. And there are a number of leaders around the world who have also had engagements with Russians and engagements with the Ukrainians. And we just ask that they all engage closely with Ukrainians as well.
Okay. To help Europe develop energy independence from Russia, will the Biden administration drop its opposition to the EU East Med pipeline being developed by Israel, Cyprus, and Greece?
Look, I think there's going to be decisions made by European leaders about how to reduce their any level of dependence they have on Russian oil. You've seen a number of leaders this week announce their intention to ban oil imports from Russia, but I would remind you that pipelines are a means of moving oil. It's not a means of production, but I point you to the European leaders to speak to that. Thanks so much, everyone.
Jen Balsacki, she was all cracked out today.
Oh no, 9 miles, exit 3 something. Steins.
maybe Stein's Ghost Town. Thanks so much, Genius by Birth, for continuing the membership program for 16 months. You're officially a hooligan. And thank you so much, MT Coiner, for continuing the membership program for 17 months. You're officially a hooligan. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Jen Balsaki, she was all cracked out today. She was talking 90 miles a minute. Stay buckled, my friends. Stay buckled. Jennifer, you thought your phone notified me? What, you got the screaming goat for your ringtone? Say again? Exit 11, NS. I refreshed the page and 16 of those thumbs down just went away. I don't even know what to suggest happened with that. You guys think she was on the Molly Ranchers? Nah, her pupils were way too small to be on the Molly Ranchers. Good Lord, MD. I wish I could say that out loud, but that's too much. That is too much. Sammy thinks she's on the perks. She might be. I don't know. It was like she took too much Adderall before she came stumbling out of the back room there. That's awesome, Jennifer. Ink Scars, Adderall Ranchers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's on something else. I like how she was asking or making a statement saying that the governor of Texas, I did that earlier, Texas, doesn't have the authority to bus illegals into DC. Well, you don't really need authority for people that have no rights. I mean, that's maybe just my opinion. You have to have authority to let people have a free bus ride? I don't know. She was sounding a little salty over there. Sheep Cheetos? Yeah, it was the word Cheetos. That's what it was. That's what it was. That's what Jim Balsecki was looking like. Helen, just rewind the video. Jeez. Repeat what you just said. No. Just rewind the video a little bit. Julie, I love that scream. There is something satisfying about it. Absolutely. Paul, how about a screaming pug? Is that a thing? Because I've never heard of this goat thing until it was sent to me. I can't remember who sent it to me. Donna's the one that sent it to me. Pugs don't bark, they scream. I don't know much about pugs. I don't know much about them. I ain't never heard a pug scream. It's kind of like when thugs cry. It's similar, very similar. It's got to be. David, can you play the video of the screaming goats? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. Flash. She could be a kindergarten teacher that might understand her. I think she should be locked in a padded room where people don't have to look at her terrible hair. I appreciate you. What a great gift. And where did you send the link? If you posted the link on YouTube, it just disappears. It might look like it posted on your end, but I never see it. It just disappears. David, a My Pillow padded room. That's hilarious. She would never stop screaming. Ink Scars, look up Pug arguing. I will have to check it out. Helen, it's the meth. Yeah. I'm thinking so. Jen Balsecki, she was out of her mind today. Way more than usual.
No, a little bit. That's why they were repaving back there.
Chris, I put a what? A Ba 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 Banana song? Oh, the Minions. Yeah, on Laura's phone, then called her while she's at the store, and I heard a bunch of giggling. That's awesome. That's so awesome. You guys are funny. Well, while the convoy is cruising around, and I think WYSIWYG is actually going sightseeing, so it's probably the most entertaining out of all the guys live right now. We are getting ready to wrap this up. I'm going to run to the post office and stuff and pick up all the packages that are sitting there, and then we'll be live again for the night meeting. Maybe before then. Maybe we'll go live again before then. But it's going to be a bunch of cruising around, so I might as well take this time to get some stuff done. But we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance first. So let's get ready for the pledge. While I am doing that, please find the Linktree link. It is in the description on whatever platform you're currently watching right now. Click the link and it will list all of my platforms and everything that I am on. You should follow me on everything. We're on Getter, Gab, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everything, Telegram. Follow me on everything. And when you're done with that, go ahead and join Gilded. It's where the Hooligan community is when we're not live. It's a free chat thing, kind of like you're in right now. You can converse with all the hooligans about what's going on in your day or across the country or whatever. We also have a news board that is constantly up to date with news articles from all over the world and is the best way to be notified for when and where we go live. So definitely join Gilded. All right, hooligans, let's get ready for the pledge. Oh, and also join the vlogging channel. I don't think it's on the link tree yet. I'll see if the hooligans can post the link. It's at youtube.com/KingHooligan. And that's for going live when we don't have political stuff going on. So definitely follow the new channel. All right, hooligans, join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, hooligans. So we're going to wrap this up. I'm and go ahead and run to the post office and stuff. We will be live later today, cover the night trucker meeting and whatever else is going on. Like I mentioned earlier, BLM and them, they have been rallying and stuff because the Amir Locke thing, like what was said at the press briefing with Jen Balsacki, the officers are not going to be charged with anything for that whole situation. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go ahead and look up Amir Locke. It was an incident between officers and a person that was on the wrong side of a no-knock warrant. So go ahead and check that out if you don't know what I'm talking about. But there's a good chance that there could be some action later, if not today, in the near future. So we will be covering that when that stuff happens. But either way, I will see you guys on the next live. Big shout out to everyone that made donations, joined the membership program, or purchased any merch. I really appreciate all of you, and I would not be able to do this without you. So thank you so much for all the support. I will see you guys on the next live. And until then, stand tall, shine bright, and that's a wrap.